So, first of all, thank you everybody for being here today. My name is Tatiana Bazzichelli, and I'm the director of the Disruption Network Lab. And together with me, there is...
My name is Lieke Ploeger, and I'm directing the community program of the Disruption Network Lab.
I would like, first of all, to thank our team, because it's thanks to them that we were able to do this event, so I'm going to mention them. First of all, I want to thank the co-curator of this conference that did the long work with me for 12 months, Mauro Mondello. Then I want to thank Elena Velianowska, Nada Baker, and Monty Harmony that are working on the production, and Jonas Franchi for the design, Steph Lenk for the communication, and all the great video streaming team that is here, Rana Vadikari, Hangel, and Gonzalo. Yeah, they are always free people, and I have to remember where the name belongs. And Gabriel as well. So I would like to make an applause to all of them because we want to thank the big work that they did to arrive at this point today. And of course, I want to thank the speakers that came. A lot of them also came taking a plane, on the train, and I really want to appreciate this today because, of course, we are not in an easy situation, and to come to a conference now means to take also some risks, and at the end also take a trip that takes time, but at the same time we are also very careful of these risks, so I want to reassure also all the people that are listening to us on the streaming that we have the room under safety condition with distancing, and we are all using masks beside when we speak, otherwise it will be very difficult to understand what we say. But so thank you very much, and I want to say that this really means a lot to us because this is a general consideration. Now culture is also becoming something that is for few people because we have to keep distance, we have to limit the places. So to make an effort to come to a conference, to be here in presence, really means something for us and for all the people that work at this project. So thank you so much, thanks to the audience and everybody that made it here. So just to introduce the topic of this conference and the day, I'm happy to say that we are finally at our 20th conference, so it's kind of a big achievement. I mean, 5 years ago we started, and now we are at the number 20. That is also a special one because of the condition we have to do it, and we are also very happy finally to have something in real life. But before entering into the topic, I want also to just give some safe recommendation. We have to use the mask when are moving in the space. When we are sitting, we can take it off. We have disinfect our hands often, and also when we finish the session, we have to leave the room to allow to have enough air coming through. And also please listen to our great production team because they will guide you in and out, and always keep the little token that you were given when you enter in the room. So you are assigned to a special number that corresponds to your seat, so keep it because then we remember that you have this chair. But there will be further instruction at the end, I think, because it's easy to forget. But so let's now enter into this conference. That is called Data City. And we are very happy to speak again about these topics. I think is a great line that we trace from last year when we also organized the conference AI Traps. And we want to investigate the cities of the future and also how tracking and surveillance is impacting us all. as I say, I curated this conference together with Mauro Mondello. That unfortunately is not here today because, I mean, actually is a good thing while he's not here for him because he became a World Fellow at Yale, so he's in US. But then later we will have also a video that will introduce a bit the perspective that we had together while curating these events. So the first day we will analyze the social and political aspect of algorithm and also the discourse of tracking and surveillance and how we can build up data cities for the benefit of the citizen, for all of us. Tomorrow, instead, we will go into the discourse of the smart cities vision for the future and also the implication of new data policies and the impact on human rights. So we will have a second day of this session related on what we can do also to change this situation. I want now to pass to Lieke that she will also explain what happened further and thanks our funders.
Yeah, so before getting started, we also want to mention a thanks to all the people who supported and funded our program. So first of all, thanks to the Senate Department for Culture and Europe here in Berlin and to the Bundeszentrale für politische Bildung. Also, we are funded by the Riva and David Logan Foundation and the Checkpoint Charlie Foundation. And we are supported in part by a grant from the Foundation Open Society Institute in cooperation with the OSIFE of the Open Society Foundations. And this series that we're doing this year also forms part of the European project Reimagine Europe, which is part of the Creative Europe program of the European Union. And especially for the community program, we're also supported by the Guerrilla Foundation. Then for this specific event, we are very happy to also cooperate with the Human Rights Film Festival Berlin. We had a great screening of the film I, Human with them last night. And we furthermore collaborate with Transparency International, the Common Action Forum and the Weizenbaum Institute. Then we also had a couple of partner events, so we want to thank as well our partner venues. First of all, the space we're at today, the Kunstraum Kreuzberg Betania and the Kunstkwartier Betania. Then we had some community events at Akut Macht Neu and State Studio, as well as a workshop at Supermarkt Berlin, so many thanks also to them. And finally, thanks to our media partners, TADS, Die Tageszeitung, Ex-Berliner and Furtherfield, and a special thanks also to the streaming provided through Boiling Head Media. So after all these thanks, I would also like to say something briefly about what's happening on Sunday. So this conference, we actually have a 3-day event. And we close off with the final day of workshops, which connects the Data Cities Conference with the work of diverse activists and communities that are active here in Berlin and abroad. So this is an extension of the activation meetup program that we're running throughout the year, which I'm directing and running together with Nada Bakker. And the focus of this day on Sunday is on sharing skills and tools and strategies on how we can work creatively with data and technology and shape the kind of city that we want to live in the future. So to start this day off, we have an inspirational artist talk by Simon Weckert, especially about his project Google Maps Hacks, which we hope will set a good tone for an inspiring afternoon of workshops. So we have 4 workshops happening tomorrow. The first one is on Smash Your Filter Bubble, exposing the YouTube tracking system with the project Tracking Exposed. The second workshop will be visualizing control on critical mapping, and this will be with River Honor, who's also one of the speakers at today's panel. Then there's a workshop on reuse, recycle, repair, hacking waste management for the smart city with Felipe Fonseca. And finally, there will be a workshop about developing a citizen manifesto for what we want a data city to look like. And this is by Elisabeth Calderon-Luning, who will be speaking at the panel tomorrow. And at the end of all these workshops, we will come together to close off collectively and share the experiences and outcomes with each other. So this will be on Sunday. But that is not everything, because the final event around data cities will be happening actually on the 7th of October. So as part of our meetup program, we organize a final meetup after this conference at State Studio, and this will be about facial recognition data sets. So we invited artist and researcher Adam Harvey. Maybe you remember him. He was also a speaker at our AI Traps conference last year. And he works on the project Megapixels, So together with him, we will be exploring facial recognition data sets that are made in cities across the world. And we will hopefully understand more about where this data comes from and also who is using it and for what. So if you want to join, please register online through our website, and you can also find all the information there. And then really finally, before we get started, I would like to say something about a little museum that we have here in the space that maybe you've already seen, but it's slightly hidden there in the back corner because it's also all white. It's called the Museum of the Fossilized Internet. And it's a great installation that you can check out during these conference days. It's a miniature museum that was founded in 2050 to commemorate 2 decades of a fossil-free internet. So you're invited as a museum visitor to experience what the coal and oil-powered internet of 2020 was actually like. So you can go through the different rooms, find out more. There's also a few cards with more information about the project on the cash desk. And this project was created by Gabby Evans with support of Joanna Mol and Michelle Thorne. So also many thanks to them for having us install the museum here for this event.
And I just want to add the last thing, to say hello also to the people that are watching on streaming. And important, we have a chat on our website. So the public this time, for the very first time in our conferences, can interact with us. So please ask questions, and then there will be one question or maybe more, let's see, that we will bring to the different conversation today. So please, also if you are watching us on YouTube, go to our website, there is the chat there, on disruptionlab.org/data-cities. And now, before we introduce the keynote with Julia Kloiber, Jaromil, moderated by Daniel Irrgang, we would like to welcome virtually Mauro Mondello and show his video. Thank you.
Hello, I am Mauro Mondello. I am a journalist, and I've been co-curating the Data Cities conference with Tatiana Bazzichelli. I am very sorry to not be there with you today. I am in the United States, and because of the pandemic, it has been very complicated to organize the trip in order to be in Berlin with you today. Anyway, we felt it would have been important to explain a bit how this conference started. I've been working on the subject of cities of future for the last 2 years. I've been traveling and investigating, getting information and data, and with the idea to answer to a question, which is what the city of the future will look like. I've been talking about this with Tatiana, and besides the reportage and the documentary that I was planning, we thought it would have been also interesting to organize the conference that we are finally having today. And for me, while traveling and while investigating about the cities of the future, I was quickly realizing that the main point of my research was trying to understand what the architecture would be, what the daily organization of the city would have been. You know, I had this romantic idea of cities of the future that were like with flying cars and very tall buildings, and with strange myths that were going to be administrated in very absurd ways. But then, while I've been visiting cities like Forest City in Malaysia or Nurket in Kazakhstan, I realized that actually the basic point of these cities was the infrastructure that we needed to implement in order to let these cities work. For example, in Forest City, which is this city in Malaysia that actually is 4 islands that they decided to build, and this place is a place where they are supposing to to have every single thing automatized. I want to make an example to let you understand what I'm talking about. For example, if you will be living in this city for 10 days for a holiday, then you will have a system, an automatic system that through artificial intelligence will be able to water your plants, for example, or you will never need to take care of your rubbish, because there will be again somebody that will come directly to your apartment with the key of the apartment and will take the rubbish, and you will communicate just through a system that actually pose a very huge challenge, and that is, I realized, the basic challenge of in the construction of the cities of the future, which is that data. Actually, to let the cities of the future work, we have this amazing, incredible infrastructure system that need to collect a lot of data about us, and a lot of data about our behavior, a lot of data about our habits, and this is of course making a big change in our reflections about what the cities of the future will look like. Because on one side we can say that the cities of the future will improve a lot of issues or situations that need to be improved. For example, the mobility, or the possibility to create clean energy, and the public transportation. All these things are things that could definitely improve in the cities of the future. But then we have also other challenges, and the basic challenge is the data and our privacy, and our way to live in these new cities that will quickly become surveillance city if we don't realize that there is that the only way that, or basically the way that we are going that we're going toward is in the construction of the cities, is a way that forces us to give a lot of data to who is managing this new context. So coming back to what I was saying at the beginning of this short presentation, I was looking for the answer to the question, what will the cities of the future look like? I don't think I've been able to find the answer, and I don't think neither that we will be able to find the answer during this conference, but for sure the debate and the reflections that we will have during these days of discussion here at the Data City conference will give us the chance to understand a bit more about the challenges that we will need to face as citizens of these cities, and about the way that we need a bit to prepare in order to be rightly engaged in what will be a very, very important change in our societies.
So I thank again Mauro Mondello for his introduction, and now I'm happy to introduce the first keynote of this conference as a title, Reclaiming Data Cities, Fighting for the Future We Really Want. So maybe we cannot find the answer, as Mauro said, but I think we can give really good suggestions. So I would like to call here on stage Jaromil, Denis, Roio, Julia Kloiber, and Daniel Irrgang that will moderate them.
What's my number?
It's the same. So I really want to thank them for being here. Also, on a personal note, I really want to point out that Jaromil came back here and did a trip of 3 days for being at this conference with 2 stops in the night. So I would say he's a bit the hero for today that did this long trip from Pescara. So thank you for being here despite the conditions. And of course, Julia, thank you as well for being here. And Daniel that is moderating. So my duty now is to introduce Daniel Danny will do the same with our speakers. So Daniel Irrgang is part of the research group Inequality and Digital Sovereignty with Berlin University of the Arts. His work focuses on human-computer interaction, media archaeology, art and technology, and epistemology. He holds a PhD in media studies and is coordinator of the research seminar Critical Zone with Bruno Latour at Karlsruhe University of Arts and Design and the ZKM. So now I leave the floor to you, and thank you very much for being with us.
Thank you for introducing me. I didn't have that long way to come here. Just came from Neukölln, basically, so props to you, Jaromil. I didn't know that you came by car. Thank you.
It's always fun to have a road trip now and then.
Well, yeah.
Between a lockdown and
especially now, yeah, I guess. Thank you, Tatiana, and the organizers for inviting the three of us. And we say a few words about the panel. I'm a humanities scholar, so I wrote down a text, so I'm sorry. I will try to read that out and make it not too boring. The opening keynotes of this conference have in common a strong plea to recenter or to refocus debates on smart cities, from tropes of technological innovation, business opportunities, and general efficiency of processes, towards cities that use data-driven processes to become a space for citizen participation, inclusion of minorities, and equality aided by technology. How can we raise awareness of biases amplified by datafication and automated decision-making, and moreover, how can we use technologies to counteract those inequalities? With Julia and Jaromil, we have two actors who work towards the creation of a future potential space where we can reclaim our data cities. As for the structure, we have time after both keynotes have concluded for questions. So we have to wait after Jaromil and then after Julia's keynote. Don't forget your ideas and questions and responses. Please keep them in mind. We will first hear Denis Roio, aka Jaromil. I'm sure many of you are aware of Jaromil's work, not only since he has widely received posts on medium.com during the lockdown, where he discussed proximity tracing and its socio-technological complexities. And I already mentioned when we talked that this helped me actually a bit to lockdown, reading your posts, not only, but it contributed. Since many years, Jaromil is a digital social innovation expert, software artisan, and ethical hacker. He's one of the core actors of Dyne.org, a think and do tank. Do tank is very important here, since you not only advise, but create technological solutions and communities around it. Dyne.org operates since 20 years, if I'm not mistaken. This is an unusual resilience for such an independent initiative, so impressive. The project Zen Room, Easy Cryptography to the People, is one of Dyne.org's projects, and we will hear more about it today, if I'm not mistaken. Also, you speaking to you now, the audience, you should definitely check out the AlgoSof initiative hosted by Dyne.org. AlgoSof means European Observatory on Algorithmic Sovereignty. Sovereignty here relates to the way a community can influence an algorithm. So that's very topical on our perspective here today as well. And last footnote, I personally hope that, if only in our discussions afterwards, the cultural philosopher Wilhelm Flusser will play a role today. Jaromil, you've received, among other awards and honorable listings, the Wilhelm Flusser Theory Award back in ancient times in 2009. I led the Wilhelm Flusser archive at Bergen University of the Arts a couple of years ago, so I was glad to hear in a recent talk of yours organized by Axioma that Flusser still does play a role in your thinking. Maybe we'll have time later for some Flusserian thoughts, but first we will have hear your thoughts on how we could achieve a city where citizens are not governed by algorithms, but where algorithms can help us to improve the life of all its inhabitants. Jaromil, welcome.
Thank you. I'll stand here and yeah, I have some slides to show you. Hartelijk dank voor de Einladung. Ich hou van Berlin. Ich spreche ganz gemischt Nederlands and Duits and Deutsch. It was very much fun to come here. Yes. So, yeah, we are a bit old, but, you know, being online, there is no age really like we were used to times in which there was no gender, no age difference. You were just like a person, a nickname in a chat. And that's where Dyn comes from. A lot of us from the 94 ham radio amateurs, from experimental people that wanted to work with technology in a community way. So we are a community-based organization. And that makes us, I guess, a think, do, tank, although such a category doesn't exist yet in an institutionalized context. And I guess we resist the challenge of time because first and foremost, we are a community-based organization. So we worked only for the past 6-7 years on behalf of the European Commission on some research projects for addressing both participatory democracy and smart city development. And so what I'm bringing to your attention is the outcomes and the experiences and the failures of crossing such projects. The biggest one being Decode was led by my colleague Francesca Bria, and I was technically coordinator all along the way for its outcomes. So I'm the one to blame if you think we didn't produce anything useful. And yeah, it started from this question. Like, yeah, sharing economies, you know, back in 2016 already there was a lot of hype, like, oh my God, sharing economies are going to change our life, make it better, because collaboration and crowdfunding, whatever, crowdsourcing, like the wisdom of the crowds. And quickly we saw that right in the city fabric, in the dense settlements in which we live, this sort of approaches also cause problems. This is a random picture that I took in Athens. I was giving a speech a year ago, and I was just crossing the city to the venue I was giving a speech. And a parade of motorbikes and bicycles passed by and just leafleted this sort of stuff. Very popular position to be against Airbnb, right there. It's also like a protest in Amsterdam. It was a focus for our project Decode to understand how B&B, wild, unregulated BRB rentals is affecting the city fabric, the prices of renting and the possibilities of people to live there. So we saw in the last years, I think it's hard to deny it, that all this sort of optimism for an accelerated approach to applying technologies to match our desires and needs is not only leading to good results, it's not only an advantage for us. So what do we have to do to reclaim the smart city? Here I'm quoting an incredible work in the policy sector that has been led by Francesca, a manifesto that has been signed by the city of Barcelona, Amsterdam, New York, and I'm not sure about Berlin now, I didn't prepare the list, but many cities. And it is 0.2, it's on GitHub, you can still amend something in this manifesto. What I'm going to show you mostly is about how-tos. I don't despise the Marxian tradition of manifestos, but I do think that nowadays how-tos are more useful than manifestos. So, before coming to give this keynote, I like to use the interwebs for some interaction. And I posed this question on one of the most popular social networks where the Pope is also writing, and I'm very honored to be able to post sometimes. The question was the one highlighted, and the answer were not so many, but some people tried. Is a question that I posed at the end of a previous keynote that I gave in Rotterdam, and that really came out of my mind as something that can actually be a conversation starter for people also talking about AI and about computers and algorithms. So think about what you have around you as an algorithm, as an AI, if that serves the purpose of you understanding the world and the machine, or the machine to understand you. I think it's rather obvious there is a majority of devices, AIs, technologies, algorithms that are there to understand us without sharing that consciousness, without sharing that understanding with us. One of the first answers I got was from Mikhail that, interestingly enough, poses the question immediately about substituting humans with machines. Mikhail gave me the opportunity to actually state that I think this is a wrong point to start from for this debate. And I often have seen it mostly in transhumanist scenes, in this cryptocurrency accelerated dystopian dream of reality, that this is the argument we should be debating about, that machines are substituting humans. I think if we start from here, we completely lose the point of the discussion. Also, I believe that this will not happen. The actual liability of a human behind a driving wheel, but also the importance of our open world assumption in governance is never to be skipped, or should never be skipped. So I quote my friend Konstantin here from Berlin also on this going straight to the point commentary, that CAPTCHA is an obvious example. It's more articulated, it's a sort of test that machines have to do on you in order to understand that you are not a machine as well. Because we are interested in extracting human sense, human thought. I'm talking like a machine now. You know, I really want to know what a human mind knows and produces. Well, CAPTCHAs are an interesting technology. They were developed by a certain Von Han that now works for Google since then, and they were developed initially as games to deconstruct circuits. So there is a certain way to build electronic circuits that can deconstruct it in little puzzles. And I've commented in the past what would happen if we deconstruct ballistic missiles circuits and make them as little games for kids in schools to play with and help develop those weapons. There are certain things that we want to know about what we are contributing when we actually produce sense and interaction, I believe. Another, and the third, last one, commentary, I hope I'm not too long with this like parenthesis of forward interaction, was by Michael, and I think he opens up a very interesting reflection that I'd like to share with you. He basically questions the ranking dynamics, and how much ranking and how much reviews are important for us. And I would like to take this reflection and go a step farther, because it's not just ranking what we're talking about, it is attention. And thanks, Adam, for the nice conversation we had right after I arrived here in Berlin, for reminding me of this story of Philip K. Dick. Was one of my favorite writers of our friend Antonio Caronia. He wrote this book once, and I think it's an interesting story, not because it has been told by Total Recall. Don't go and watch Schwarzenegger right away, but I think that there is a certain approach in social networks right now in capitalizing on our memories and proposing us these memories back to us. And what is the algorithm that will actually show a memory to us? I pose you another question. How much power I have on you if I can show you a picture of your past at a certain moment in a certain condition? I argue I have the power to condition your next choice. I argue I have the power to distract your attention from one thing to the other. I have an enormous power on your affective status. So when we get the memories that are proposed to us thrown back at us, by a social network. What does that happen? And why it is tricky to search through the archive of the memories that we constantly feed in those machines? Why there is not like an easy search? I argue that the next business model of the social networks will be actually selling us our memories. And conspiracy theorists may look very stupid when they say, oh my God, they're going to put a chip in a vaccine and track us. Well, I believe in vaccines, I believe in science, and I will vaccinate myself, but there are certain aspects of conspiracy theories that we may want to look back, because yes, your phone is right now looking like this meme, because tracing has been adopted. It was an interesting experimentation. I really liked the first initiative by Carmela Troncoso to actually develop a really privacy-preserving and wonderfully elegant scenario, scheme, cryptographic scheme for tracing, but that was since then and since my post taken up by some governments with quite an oversized amount of funding, and then completely realized by Google and Apple in a framework which is closed source. So let's be careful, because the moment is actually being used to really enforce something that even I wasn't seeing, because I'm a fetishist with technology, and when I see like, oh my God, we can solve this problem with the technology, I jump on it, and perhaps that's my problem, that's my limit. So I show you my next mistakes or successes, as you like. What do we do for fixing this system? I don't know. I am very focused with my colleagues on small components and actually on interventions that can empower people. So one thing that I really wanted for the Dyne Foundation since its inception is that we don't go for domination, we go for empowerment. And this is something that we inherit from certain social and political movements. We have still a lot to learn from. So the approach is that of building, in this case, operating system, which is a parallel fork of Debian, a way more known and big operating system that had a political process in place back in 2014 that made it deviate from the simplicity and variety of 1,000 scripts from the Unix tradition, some of them sedimented in the last 20 years. It made the system switch to a new system, completely coded from ground up and funded by a multinational corporation, Red Hat. Of course, big corporations of open source now exist, so open source is no more a niche. We are actually dealing with a corporate presence within the open source communities. Red Hat was bought by IBM, one of the biggest acquisitions we have seen in the last years. And Red Hat developed systemd, a system that actually overrides all these scripts that people have written in many languages, in many ways, and make them registry, a thing you can choose, like do this or do that, but you don't see how it's done. So I would like to put forward very much this concept. One thing is knowing the data, and one thing is knowing how this data is being treated and presented to us. And this is a key point to understand what algorithms are for us. Algorithms, in most cases, are procedures that treat data and we don't see them. Now, if we debate that, if we are to debate like it happened in the US, that the cameras for surveillance are biased based on the data that is fed to them, as it happened in the court cases in the US that debated that there was a bias, a racial bias, a racist, I should say, bias, in the way RI, the police, this new generation of police software was used. In those court cases, it was never analyzed the code that was used. And I think that the code, the algorithms, the procedures are a very important thing to open up and debate and have a literate debate about them. Because it's not only a database And you cannot just get out by saying, well, the population was of this sort of cultural background, ethnical background, even before we adopted these machines. So now we have samples that are bigger and it's just like happening as it was. No, these machines have a procedure and you're not showing it because it's protected by a secret, a trade secret. So procedures and data are very important. And what I'm focusing with this project and with a community that is now has gained traction is the procedures. So to open up the procedures and especially to make them a community process. So I give you another hint about where I want to get with this keynote. As Francesca also says, the smart city of the future is a city that is governed by its own citizens. It's a city that offers participation to its governance. It's not a city that just gives them top-down up a network of sensors, grab their data and use it for reasons they cannot even understand. So back to an operating system, a GNU Linux nerd system. The fact that we wanted to preserve the whole system as it was generated an incredible event that now runs for about, well, 2014, so we have 6 years old. We have a team of people that has another dimension of diversity that I really like and enjoy, that of age. So we have elderly people stepping into the process of doing this system and telling us how it was done 20 years ago and how they could still manage it afterwards. We have a sort of interaction towards themes of innovation that I find very, very healthy. So it's not perhaps disruption. So this is against one of the names of this organization. Perhaps you can rethink or re-elaborate. This is not disruptive innovation. But yes, it is disrupting the culture of innovation. And I think we are a minority nowadays, where disruption was a minority, was a novel thing back perhaps 10, 20 years ago. Now, to say disrupting the innovative rhetoric of the industry is the real action, is the real minority action. Definitely we are a minority compared to the community of Debian. Definitely we don't have the same funds, but Dev1 will continue actually with a lot of participation. And it's incredible, it's an incredible human sphere because we finally don't have these like very aggressive 20 years old nerds that you find everywhere. We have people that have lived a life working with computers and have an approach that is way more human in between each other. Yeah, the GNU Linux sphere can be sometimes very, very nasty. One thing we also put forward out of this experience, and I'm a big advocate of this, is minimalism in software design. And I think minimalism doesn't speak only to software design, but also to security. I'm not here to talk about security, but just think how much more secure is a system that is simple, not complex, and therefore can be understood by more people. And therefore you can have more people actually spotting the weaknesses in this system. So I invite you to look up for minimalism in software design on the YouTube platform where it's hosted this. There is a lecture by Katolatz, a member of our community, and it's a fantastic talk of 1 hour about this. The second and last project that I present to you, how much time do I have? It's good. Oh, yeah. The second and last project that Daniel mentioned is Zenroom, and this is a more recent approach and actually the main outcome of the Decode project in terms of technical output for us at Dyn and within the whole project. It's a component that has been used through all the implementations that we have made, both in the city of Amsterdam and Barcelona. And it is also a small component, so this is not a product, this is not the whole car, this is a small thing, well, the whole bike, I prefer that, and it's just a whole thing, it's like a very particular chain. And the motto, yes, is cryptography for the people. because we would like people to be able to understand how data is processed, to understand it and to change it and to tailor it for their needs. So it's a secure virtual machine in the sense of Java JVM, so it runs on pretty much every hardware we ported it to, including WebAssembly and including small ESP32 chips. So it runs unikernel, it runs as a standalone. It's 1 megabyte big. I'm quite proud of it. I must say it's the third bigger project that I've written in my life, and it's a clockwork. It runs in 2 megabytes of RAM. 2 megabytes, not 2 gigabytes. And it implements a direct syntax parser in Lua, which is a domain-specific language. In short, it's a very human-like language, whose example you can see here, and describes a series of operations that, in this case, Alice can do in Wonderland. Oh, this is Alice and Bob, so the typical cryptographic example. What can do Alice to send an encrypted message with a public-private key scheme? So the Diffie-Hellman PGP sort of thing some of us are used. And this, what you see, is actual code. So the virtual machine that can be embedded inside other devices, mobile phone, some Bitcoin people put it in the Trezor wallet. It's actual code that executes operations on data, on JSON structure, on data structures. So you can play around with this. There is also a website you can visit. We are about to launch it. It's a beta. It's API Room, apiroom.net. And you can already see examples that you can change and stuff you can code to play around with data. Why that? Because I think that it's our, back then when I hang out with a lot of cypherpunks and we discuss about what to do for this, world crisis and if hackers can save the world. One thing I always thought is that we are the 1%. We are hating as hackers, we are an elite, and we are just enforcing a technocracy that often oppresses people. And yeah, we can make programming as cool as we want, we can teach it in the schools, but that's not the only quality that we need to actually make the world a better place. So I believe that actually making people more in charge of what is running on their computer is very important. What we did with this, one example, we did the various pilots in Amsterdam and Berlin. And well, this was the one that we did with the city of Amsterdam. We had a lot of fun working with a team within the municipality. The team developed an open source passport reader. Believe it or not, this costed 50 euros. Now ask your own government how much they spend in procurements to Diebold and other companies for passport readers that are basically, feeding the military industrial complex. So this was built in with a Raspberry Pi. It's reading what's the content of the passport. Through the process, we learn a lot how passport works, and it's very interesting. I invite everyone to look into it. And it gives you a credential. So the person in front of you that sees your passport can actually give you a credential. And we wanted to enforce this scheme to actually delete the concept of identity. So the passport goes beyond, and you ask for a credential, which is an attribute, and the attribute is, I am above 18 years old. So if the person that verifies your passport does that, then you are released a QR code. This QR code will say that you are 18 years old without you showing any information about yourself. It's called zero knowledge proof. And it's also untraceable, because every time you show it, it will be different. So if someone records every time you show this QR code, they will never get to the same person. They cannot follow you. And we put this system inside the Paradiso, a big club in Amsterdam, so that kids could buy beer without showing their ID and name. And I think that's a great pilot, because, yeah, beer is good. So, did I convince you? You have any questions? I think you should be very skeptical about anyone presenting you with tech as a solution nowadays. And I appreciate your criticism. Just let's talk more about what this will lead. I haven't presented you a solution. I think these are paths, and you know, we learn doing them together. So I think starting from a community and learning together is the main thing. And relearning urbanism perhaps is the best thing that we can do as smart city practitioners, if we are to keep the term. Thank you. Here is where you can follow a bit more. Cheers.
Thank you. Thanks, Jaromil. I wrote down in preparation some questions, especially about Zen Room, which you now answered already, so I can throw them out of the window, but that's good. Let me introduce, before we ask more questions to Jaromil, let me introduce Julia first, and then we hear your keynote. Julia, as you know, we've met before at Superrr, which you have founded, as many of you know, at the exhibition of student projects developed in one of our seminars by Nushin Yastani and Yasmin Krim. The seminar was centered around the question how to design digital futures of participation and equality. So I believe this nicely connects to the topics we will hear from you today and why we are here in general. I know that the students had a great time at Superrr, and it is indeed a wonderful initiative. So every one of you who's not aware of the lab's projects on building inclusive and sustainable ways of living together, using a term by Latour, you should either check the domains, the website Superrr.net, so these are 3 R's, Superrr.net, or say hello when you are at Moritzplatz, I believe. Julia, you develop strategies and concepts to help shaping sustainable, in an ecological and social sense of the word, digital futures. You collaborated with the Mozilla Foundation, the Open Knowledge Foundation, and the Engine Room, and you launched various projects on open data and civic tech, such as Stadtland Code and Apps and the City. To help out other thinkers and doers to develop digital sustainable projects, you co-founded in 2016 the Prototype Fund, Germany's first public fund for open source software projects, which by now supported quite many projects. Do you know?
140.
Well, and you just told me that it's funded for another 4 years, so congratulations. In your talk today, you will ask about the conditions or fundamentals to reclaim the digital data cities before the implementation of technology takes place or takes over, so to speak. Julia, please.
Thank you. The following conversation on Twitter pretty much inspired me for the focus of this talk. Because while it's very tempting to speak about emerging tech, about the utopias or dystopias that might be ahead of us, today I want to take some time to talk about the fundamentals that are important when it comes to reclaiming cities or data cities and working towards just and equal futures. I'm going to talk about governance, about equity, and openness. For my first example, I want to take you to Canada, to Toronto, to 12 acres of land near the waterfront. This is where Sidewalk Labs, a sister company of Google, was planning a smart city neighborhood. So basically, big tech moving into the city space, into the civic space. For all of those of you who don't know Sidewalk Labs, a little bit of context. Sidewalk Labs is headquartered in New York, and one of their flagship projects there was the Link New York City project, where they would replace public phone booths with Wi-Fi hotspots. So the hotspots would give you access to the internet, but they would also collect and store your browsing history. But back to Toronto. In 2017, Sidewalk Labs started with its plans for a smart city neighborhood, a neighborhood built from the internet up. the rhetoric they used was a rhetoric around the city as an operating system, and they and their partner Waterfront Toronto, a real estate development agency in Toronto, would be the ones who would develop these operating systems that others could then tap into. This is a rendering of what they were planning: autonomous vehicles, underground garbage robots, green energy infrastructure, snow melting sidewalks, you name it. And as a smart city project, Sidewalks would also collect and use data to manage and define how the neighborhood worked. I was there for their launch event in 2018 in Toronto. I arrived right after the First Nation people ceremony had wrapped up, so the ceremony that would acknowledge on which land this smart city or this experiment was going to be built. So everything was very politically correct set up. It was fully booked. People were very interested, asked a lot of questions, left a lot of feedback notes. You could leave feedback notes in front of every project, very one-directional process, but still. And Sidewalk Labs and their partner, Waterfront Toronto, they were ticking a lot of boxes. They were talking about affordable housing, sustainability, and participation of the public. Topics that you would usually hear elected officials talk about, not so much companies. But there was one thing they did not address and they did not talk a lot about in the beginning. And that thing was governance and data ownership. This was something they wanted to figure out on the fly while they were developing this project. A common tech for good trap is to talk a lot about the what technology, what the future will look like with this technology, but to talk very little about the how, about the not so sexy things, the governance structures, the intellectual property, and privacy. Many things related to the digital governance of public infrastructure are currently legal by default, not because they should be, but because cities are just not keeping up with the pace of the tech industry. Or sometimes these legislations are even being co-written by lobbying of these organizations. This was also the case for Toronto. So 10 months into the project, 2 contracts were signed, but the question, who owns the data, was not answered. Activists and civil society organizations were very worried about that, because data monopolies like Google have done little to reassure the public that they can be trusted without strong regulatory oversight. And data is such an important infrastructure for the city. Just think about policies the cities are working on. You need a lot of data in order to inform these policies. So this is when Block Sidewalk was born, an initiative by activists to educate the public on what was going on, to demand transparency, and to report on the development of the project. They built community capacity around digital rights and reported on the latest developments. And after many months and even years, 2017 to 2020, after many years of organizing, of sending open letters, of protesting, Block Sidewalk was eventually successful. In May, the company announced it was abandoning the project. They cited economic infeasibility due to COVID-19. But what wasn't mentioned was that the project had become politically infeasible. I've cut the example short for this talk. I recommend you going back to the whole history of the thing. There was more in transparency and backroom deals involved in all of that. But the lack of regulation on data governance was something that was flawed right from the beginning, something that had led to a major loss of public trust. I don't want to leave us with this flawed example. That's why I added a different example, something that a lot of people here in Germany can maybe relate to, the Corona app. Remember the long discussions about, are we gonna do the decentralized or the centralized approach? Are we gonna open source this whole thing? And even though it cost precious time to discuss privacy and data in all its aspects, I would argue that it paid off. because it increased the acceptance of the public. I'm not saying this was a straightforward process that was well planned, but it was fascinating to see how quick civil society organizations, researchers, and others organized in order to push for the decentralized approach while educating the public about the benefits of it. And in the end, millions installed the app. So prioritizing people's privacy and transparency was fundamental for trust. Let me take you from Canada to Sweden, to a city called Karlskoga. Swedish winters are cold, as many of you know. You can get snow up to here. And during winter, cities are in constant snow removal mode. First, they are clearing the big streets, then they are clearing the smaller streets, and as a last thing, they are clearing the walkways. This was also how the city of Karlskoga used to do it, until they found out that their snow plowing schedule is disadvantaging women. This revelation came through a gender equality program. So the city had to go through all of their public policies, city planning policies, to see if both men and women benefited equally from them. They did not, because mobility patterns of men and women are different. Women are much more likely to use public transportation and to walk. Just to give you some numbers, in France, 2/3 of the passengers of public transportation are women. In cities like Philadelphia, Chicago, and Vienna, over 60% of the people who use public transportation are women. Women do more unpaid care work, and therefore they have more complex movement patterns. So going from a U-Bahn station to a school, to grocery shopping, and back to the U-Bahn station, for example. In contrast to women, men are more likely to use cars, according to the data. And even in Sweden, you can see that in the data, even though you might think that Sweden is a very kind of feminist country compared to others. So women were the ones who got stuck in the snow on the walkways. Having to walk through snow, having to push strollers through snow, or riding a wheelchair is way more dangerous and exhausting than driving a car through a little bit of snow. So when the city of Karlskoga found out how their snow plowing schedule was disadvantaging women, they changed it and started to prioritize walkways. You can see that in a bunch of cities in Sweden by now. And this change did not only lead to more gender equality, but the public ultimately also saved money because there were less injuries, less people falling on the walkways. So what can we learn from this Swedish example? That gathering data and having figured out data ownership is one thing, but only until you look for the gaps and the bias in the data, you can get a better understanding of whom you're disadvantaging and whom you're leaving out when you're planning cities. And I'm not only talking about binary gender equity. I'm talking about social equity, environmental equity, racial equity, and all of its intersections. This is a very complex issue. While doing research for this talk, I learned that gender mainstreaming and gender budgeting is nothing new to cities at all. Cities like Vienna, Copenhagen, and Berlin have been working on projects and pilots for a very long time. There's a resolution from 2002 from the Berlin Senate for gender mainstreaming. And I really recommend also reading a handbook that came out in 2011. But then there's no mention of all of these approaches in the smart city strategies. If you look at the smart city strategy from Berlin from 2015, it's 45 pages thick. It mentions efficiency 26 times, the word economy 18 times, and the word equality once. So centering our smart cities around equity, care, maintenance, and inclusion, I believe, would not only help us to discover structural inequalities, but it would also help us to evaluate which technologies are beneficial for society and which are sheer useless or harmful. Because as we heard before, technology is something that is prone to deepening social divides in our cities. If we're aiming for just futures, then equity has to be on the first page of our smart city strategies. Let's end with one of the most fundamental topics, openness. It's good basis for all the other topics. From Toronto to Karlskoga to Berlin, Berlin was the city where I first got in touch with the data cities topic, or more precisely the topic of transport data. In 2008, the iPhone came out, and I don't know, maybe some of you remember, also the first iPhone app for public transportation in Berlin was released by a student from Potsdam. He was scraping the data from the BVG website and was accessing the maps from the internet. So his app was the first tool that Berliners could use on their phones to navigate the cities. And that is way before Google Maps or Apple Maps or other map services had the transport data. So he built this tool and he had thousands of users within days, but then the BVG, the transport agency of Berlin, threatened to sue him for copyright reasons because maps like these are under copyright. They didn't understand what he was doing and why this data that belonged to them should belong to the public and to people who wanted to navigate the city. And the work that the public transport agency should be doing is transporting people from A to B. So that was back in 2008. In 2012, I led the effort to open up Berlin's public transport data. So even though that happened in 2008, in 2012, people were not yet convinced, or the agencies were not yet convinced that the data they collected and owned should be open to the public, which sounds quite odd now in 2020. The whole open data topic, as some of you might know, and also the open source topic, took forever to gain traction here in Germany. And while governments are now keen to be on top of the open data charters and promote open source, I want to argue that they are not embracing the full concept behind openness. Because openness is not a means to an end. Open data is not about throwing data on a data portal, but it is a starting point for collaboration and participation, for opening up processes for others so that they can join, and for meaningful exchange. Let me show you an example of how narrow the understanding of openness can be. This is a document. This is the contract, the Corona app contract between the Federal Ministry of Health and SAP, the company who built the Corona app. And even though the Corona app is open source, the paragraph in the contract that talks about rights on intellectual property and open source is not. So it's blacked out. This is almost satire, and maybe just to briefly mention this, this is from the website of a Freedom of Information portal, and you can buy this as an art edition to support their work, for those of you who are interested. So there's still a long way to go when it comes to openness, and while this example was an example from the federal government, I want to leave you with something that gives me hope for openness in the smart city context when it comes to Berlin. The City Lab, the innovation lab of the city of Berlin at the airport Tempelhof, just received a grant from the federal government to develop Berlin's smart city strategy further. And the engagement with civil society organizations is at the core of this plan. The proposal talks about how to shift the focus from talking about services, infrastructure, the economy, towards talking about public participation, transparency, and more cooperation. They are talking about the what, but more importantly, they have a very clear strategy for the how. If I can leave you with two things for the next 3 days of this conference, then those would be the following. Talk about developments and technology, but keep going back to the fundamentals and consider what role governance, equity, and openness play in your project. Because those elements will be fundamental for working towards futures we want to see. And then I'm actually kind of ending similar as Jaromil, because even if we're building the most responsible, open, and trustworthy tech, it's always important to keep in mind that technology can only be part of the solution.
Thank you, Julia. I think I start with a question directed to you, but feel free, Jaromil, to turn into this whole topic I'm raising now. I admire your plea against techno-solutionism in a way, because you bring forward rather to focus on what to do technology and how to implement the, as you call it, the fundamentals of trust, equality, and openness. At the same time, you mentioned the Sidewalk Lab Toronto example, and its failures. Especially talking about smart cities, are failures like this necessary to spark this debate? Because in smart cities discourses, the usually invisible, subliminal governance of algorithm and data become very tangible because they intervene in the life worlds and literally in the neighborhood of citizens and become a discursive object, so to speak. It's a costly failure on tax money, but do you think it's necessary to?
For open data, I would always argue that disasters or crisis is necessary for governments to move on a bit quicker. Like in the UK, you had the expense scandal before Cameron would focus on open data. And in other places, you would always see this crisis. So for open data, I would argue it. For the smart cities, I'm not sure. I mean, Barcelona, and you might be more familiar with the context there. Was there a crisis involved in like starting the whole? Okay, so see, so there seems to be a pattern of crisis to like get this emergency and to get governments to act a little quicker on things that civil society has been promoting and telling them over the course of years. And oftentimes it's also like bringing examples from abroad, so you can preach for a long time if you're a local civil society organization, but as soon as you have this great example from abroad that caught like a lot of media attention, then things are eventually moving quicker. But now I'm curious to hear the Barcelona crisis situation.
Yeah, it's well, you know, the current. I mean, Francesca served also as in the municipality together with Ada Colau as a alcaldessa, and. This sort of government is generated by the crisis that was the Quinto de Mayo. No? It was a democratic movement, a democratic crisis. And yeah, that's all I would say. I think it's also interesting to see that Ada Colau was one of the most prominent activists for the housing rights. And I think it makes a lot of sense for a city to recognize its shortcomings, for a city like Barcelona or Amsterdam, like extremely touristical cities, to recognize that as an emergency to be tackled. And when you talk about crisis, I come to think like of the term kairos, no? Which in philosophy is like the rapture, that is always a moment of opportunity. And as Negri Hart indicated it as an opportunity for the movements, I think one of the things that we have to keep in mind is that the crisis is also an opportunity for the industrial apparatus to take over. Just going to this concept of ruptures, because I've been always a big fan of Brecht, that he coined a term called Umfunktionierung that was quoted by Walter Benjamin several times in describing the opportunity that theater has to advance its expression of a socialist ideal, in case of Brecht statements, by using every single technological advance. So I would like to bring the discussion further and ask whether a technological advance can also represent a crisis. And if that crisis is a sort of negative crisis that allows certain other forces to step in. Because unfortunately it's not like Brecht has seen it in the first place, or at least Brecht was interpreting a dynamic in theater, but not in reality.
Yeah, and then also the moments of like that civil society starts to organize. I think the Corona app was also kind of a moment where a lot of organizations started to team up with scientists and like people and organizations around them to push for a common cause and a common goal. And I think it was similar in Toronto, that 30 organizations teamed up and started this Block Sidewalk initiative, and all of a sudden had to react. But what is really important to keep in mind, that these infrastructures have to be in place. These civil society organizations have to exist in order to being able to team up and to fight certain things. And I think this is something that we forget when we're in periods of like, I mean, you can't say no crisis these days anyways, but when we're in periods of when not a lot of shit is hitting the fan at the same time, that it's important to support civil society infrastructure and organizations that drive change from the bottom up.
I don't know where to connect now, because both of you said very wonderful things. I would like the energy of the crisis, or the catalyst of crisis. I would like to come back to that in a minute, but first I need to make a detour back to, of course, Bertolt Brecht, because it was very interesting that you mentioned him. And actually, besides the Umfunktionieren and the epic theater concepts, he also is famous for his, as some of you probably know, of his radio theory, which wasn't really a Korean theory, but the plea to the people, the listeners of the radio back then, the mass media, the electric mass media, to use them to also send, to build, to hack this radios in a way, and to make them speak and not only receive. And there were a lot of hobby groups at the time. They were shut down by the Nazis later, who actually had the means to build transmitters with a short range. But in the city of Berlin, there were quite a lot of worker movements, radio worker movements in this way. So long story short, and also connecting to Barcelona again, you said in your talk, because you know, you have this Barcelona Data Ownership Manifesto by Francesca Bria, and you said that you would like to replace manifesto with how-tos, and you would also like to replace disruption with empowering. So do you think this, could you elaborate on this idea? Because I think both these replacements could be like a theme for the whole conference in a way.
Well, I think that I don't want necessarily to replace Francesca's manifesto. I think it's a great thing that she had it signed and written, and but there is a certain urgency, and I see also as drifting words, the words of policy and the word of practice and grassroots practice. And while Julia is pointing clearly at a very simple to apply solution in many situations of crisis, this is not adopted by policymakers, or it's not adopted fully. It's not like open source. Yeah, we will run this open source platform, but you don't actually understand what it means to run a participatory democracy process. And Barcelona has many good examples. I think there, Decidim is making a difference. It's a very interesting experiment, because, first of all, because the developers are eating their own dog food, so there is a meta-decidim to decide about the changes in the software, which already shows you how much important people really recognize into actual algorithms. And I argue here that every regime of algorithms in which people are participating, the participant should be part of the process of governance, the same way we are allowed to vote for a lawmaking process. And then the CDM itself is not just a platform or a software, which is pretty plain and simple and nice. Under the software, we put cryptographic security measures to actually not fake the petition signing. But it's not just that. It's not just a page without advertisement, although that is pleasant. It's not a well-typographed website. It's a human process. They call assemblies, they discuss in person, they use the platform as one, they use the tech as one of the elements that can actually inform people when they take decisions. And here we are back to the cyborg. I mean, we can and we should engage the hybridation that cybernetics put forward for us, but we should keep in mind that there is a human part to it, and that we are not just feeding an artificial intelligence to give us back the answers, but we have to get a process in place. And this process is sometimes dirty, is sometimes painful, sometimes it's a lot more work than putting up a web server. And, but that means really making a participatory democracy platform, or for what is worth, a smart city, I believe.
Yeah, making policymakers aware of that. I mean, you know, that is much more behind it than setting up a server in a way. I mean, Jula, this is in a way you did in very directly when you had your talk at the Enquete Commission at the Bundestag in March 2020, if I wrote it down. So this was like right when the shit hit the fan, as you said. And you talked about AI and ADM and the bias they could amplify. Did you have the feeling that, or do you know, to your knowledge, did it have any effects? Did you get a direct feedback while you were there, or?
So the Enquete Commission is actually presenting their output this Monday with a live stream where everyone can see what they discussed. I found it sad that so they would only live stream the enquete questioning, the enquete presentations, but not the questioning. Like when members of parliament would ask you like further questions. And I was invited for the round where we were talking about women and AI, like super broad topic. I remember sitting in front of this topic, being like, okay, where do I even start with my 6-minute input? And I was surrounded by representatives of industry. So these commissions are still very much, there's not a lot of civil society organizations involved as stakeholders. There's industry, then there's research, of course, when you talk about the topic of AI, and you oftentimes talk about it at a very kind of meta level. I remember for the women and AI topic, the industry representatives would talk about all the programs they had within their companies in order to promote women, which is an important part, I agree, but to just talk about this while there's all this complexity with bias and discrimination and a lot of intersectionalities beyond like just white women sitting around a table and advising the government on how to do things better. I was a bit, not upset, but like the reality, like I had expected different.
Diplomatically put. Well, Jaromil, I'm sorry we have to talk about Flusser during a drink later, I believe, because I think we should open to the audience if there are questions, comments, ideas maybe for the next 2 days. Everybody's still in lockdown mode and not used to talk. Please, there's one in the back.
Hi, Jaromil, thank you for your comment about the 1% being like the hackers who are creating the technologies for a lot of people who are not in that 1%. And I think we're really in some very dangerous times. That internet technology has taken many wrong turns, and it's very hard to get back to where we could make these technologies positive for communities. And an example I have, I think, to go against the grain, we should be talking more about not becoming data cities or smart cities, but maybe something more like intelligent Keats communities, like we have this really nice word in Berlin about the neighborhoods. And maybe, this is kind of a question, do you think with good technologies, could we maybe possibly think in the direction of making our Keats communities incompatible to the big player games of scooping the data of an entire city? So we maybe need to think of not allowing all the traffic information from BVG to be opened up, but we should be protecting that data so it cannot be used by big players. And so this idea of always going towards the openness now, in the context that we're in a very, very dangerous predatory situation of huge players that we can't stop, I mean, they're not being reined in. And so everything that we develop should be taking into consideration that the big players will take advantage of all the data that gets accumulated in any context. An average small citizen, small business owner is not going to really take very much big advantage from scooping the entire Beifalgate traffic data. So I'm wondering, do we need to rearrange our thinking because of the dangerous context that we've landed in, where we really aren't being empowered anywhere near the way huge Titan players are being empowered by data collection?
Thanks for bringing the perspective up. It's very actual. And by the way, my pessimism about policymakers is very much bound to the fact that I spent the last months in Italy reading Italian news. I make an example. In Italy, the schools are have reopened, and Google school platform, whatever it's called, is massively used. Basically, they are doing a huge data grab, and now back to the memory ownership, or back to the techno images of Flusser. How much can you generate out of knowing the process of learning of a person, and how much can you generate also of profit by that amount of information, and of course of cornering that person in one of the few possibilities that the algorithm are giving that person. So yeah, disciplinary institutes have always been a nasty beast. So now we are just perhaps accelerating that process and putting a lot of kids' knowledge in the hands of a very accelerated and out of control by the very makers, I believe, system. And it's an interesting point. We should see cities from the eyes of the kids, as some pragmatic anarchists have suggested in the past. I just don't get the name of one writer, British writer, that wrote a book about the city scene from the eyes of the kids. It could be a good pattern, actually, of design. And at last, I hope that here, speaking to the policymakers, here the government will do a better job with defending actually schools in this very crisis, in this very kairos. I heard the German government has instantiated 2 billion for digitizing the schools and putting e-learning platforms and digitizing in general the infrastructure. This could be a massive disaster, could be a grab by some industrial players and multinational institutions that will just sell that data and make a market of it, or it can be a great opportunity to actually empower the players that are on the ground and know how to use free and open source tools that are already there to be used. And yeah, my regret is just that when I speak to policymakers this way, they just look at any player, any proposal, any community they have in front, and they say, yeah, but we can't sign a contract with you like we do with SAP, Google, or Microsoft, because, you know, that's done, deal done then. Otherwise, we have to deal with a lot of complexities. And yeah, it may be complex, but...
Yeah, and there's always two sides to it, right? So of course the big players can monetize maybe on the transport data, but at the same time they are promoting public transport and giving access to a lot of people to this information on when the next bus is coming. And I think another question that is connected to that is, how can cities access the data that companies are producing about the city? So for example, San Francisco, where Uber and Lyft are a main part of like transportation, how can the city, in order to plan the city better, access this data and take this data into account when they're planning their policies? So what is not only like opening up data to the public, but then also thinking about like how can the public access important infrastructural data back from the big corporations?
I'm not sure if we have time for another question. We're a bit over time. There is one. Is there one question? Please. Yeah, so I was just thinking, because data and cities... We can't hear you.
Oh, sorry. Okay. Hi. Hello. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Is it working now? Okay. Cool. So I was just thinking because like data and cities, especially metropolises, are like a very obvious pairing. Is there like any research on rural life and this new technological development or like smart rural life, if you could say so? Yeah, that would be the question.
I understood the question about rural life.
Yeah. So is there like a research on?
Because you are under the arc, so the audio comes sort of.
Oh, okay. So my question is just like, is there like any kind of like research on rural life, smart rural life, or how it could affect like people outside of cities?
Should I? I believe that speaking about problems of the cities, we should stick with the problem. I also believe that is a tendency of people that can afford it nowadays to actually dream of a shed or a villa, or it goes in ranges. It's the same thing. Like if you want to be in a shed with a shotgun and 3 dogs, or you want to be in a villa with a swimming pool, you're still dreaming of isolation. And as a humanist that wants to progress humanism, I think we should look at the problem as itself, because dense settlements are necessary, they can be fun, and they can be necessary for further development of society. So, yeah, I'd rather stick with the problem of cities, but yeah, it's nice to be in the countryside.
So I'm from the countryside in Austria, and I mean, you can already see the digital divides, right? When you look at the broadband access that people have. So there's a lot of like the lines that I was talking about earlier that the technology can draw. Even when you look at the broadband map of Berlin, you can see a clear map, you can see a clear line at the border, and every time you take a train. So there's a lot of people, like there's this tendency of like leaving people behind because they're just not connected. So I think it will be more important than ever to also talk about urban infrastructure and what role does technology play there, and what advances do we see there and can reproduce. So I don't think we should be focusing on cities alone, absolutely not.
It kind of came from my personal life. I'm from the countryside in Hungary. Like I was just like thinking like, we know the effect that it has on the cities, but I know that like, for example, we didn't have a phone till 97, like even like, landline phone where I was from, or we had like broadband internet like 3 years later than other people. So I was like thinking, a lot of people just are stuck in the country, or like, countryside, or just end up living there for whatever reason. It's also, I was just like, throwing this idea around, but yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks.
We have another question there, or maybe into.
We have. Yep. We just, yes.
If it's possible, yeah.
We want to give an opportunity to some of the people in the chat, and we do have one question for Julia. It's regarding the sidewalk project and smart cities in general. I was wondering what your view is on these types of projects happening on a smaller scale. For instance, across many cities in the world, there are smaller developments here and there employing smart city technology. So won't we end up living in sidewalk-style cities through the back door, so to speak? And how can we resist that?
Can you repeat it? Because
I can't repeat it.
Yep.
I think we should a bit slower maybe, and we have problems, I think, with the monitor here, so it's difficult for us because the speakers are going there. Thank you.
It's regarding the sidewalk project and smart cities in general. And the question was regarding your view on these projects happening on a smaller scale. So for instance, there are many cities in the world where there are smaller developments employing smart city technology. And doesn't this mean we'll end up living in sidewalk style cities? And if so, can we resist this?
I hope we're not going to end up in these cities. There's so many, just looking at the prototype fund or Code for Germany, for example, there's so many great examples from developers, designers, civil society organizations when it comes to technology and how neighborhoods and people can benefit from new developments. There's a pretty impressive project from Stuttgart, for example, where hundreds of people are measuring air quality data with small do-it-yourself devices, because the city itself is only measuring it at 4 central stations. So they were really curious on how to gather more data and contribute to public open data. So I think we should be focusing more on these grassroots projects and seeing the ideas that they are coming up with, like how can they be used and scaled up to a larger city or urban context, and what does it need for these ideas to be scaled up? Does it need funding? Does it need better modes for participation for citizens? So I think by not only focusing on all the technocratic city ideas that are out there, but also looking beyond them at smaller examples that civil society organizations are coming up, I think that could be a solution to not get caught up in dystopias and in technocentric ideas around cities.
Okay, I would like to address one last question. You were waiting for a while. I'm sorry that you wait. Can we have a microphone? Thank you.
Thank you very much. So thank you very much. With the mask. Okay. Thank you very much. My name is Thomas Kalunga from the Rock Agency for Open Culture and Critical Transformation. And I have a question in regard to data and who owns the data. So the first question that came before was centralizing the data. And I'm wondering if can smart cities still serve the purpose we could like them to serve if the data was decentralized? That is the idea you want before letting the data producers become the owners of that data and decide what is to be done with that. And the second question is, how can we create smart cities and still make sure there is equality? What you talked about stereotyping, biases, and we can experience this, for example, in the US, you talked about the software that was racially profiling people in the wrong way. So how can those particular social problems be solved? And towards them, and we have a software that is able to, or we have a smart city that is able to advance human living or human dignity at the same time.
Yeah, I think a first step could be to not focus too much on the data city or the smart city, but to really ask, what do the cities look like that we want to see in the future? What are our visions for them? And to not stop with the technical possibilities, what's possible today or what corporations are promoting to us, but to really just don't think about the technology when you're trying to, or don't center around the technology when you're trying to envision a world that you would like to live in the future. And what are values that are important for you? And these values you then have to take back to the technology, and when you start building the tools, center and focus around them. So I think it's not a matter of asking what will the data city look like, but what will the city of the future in a green city with a lot of equality look like? Or whatever people imagine this city or these futures to look like. So I think the starting point has to be a different one than the technology, if that answers the question.
Yeah, about data, I have to add a posture in designing any technology that deals with it and that allows decentralization and ownership of data has to include principles of data minimization, which is often overlooked. You don't need to carry all the information that is in a data unit all the time. Actually, you should get rid of any information that is unuseful on a larger scale as soon as possible. So the principle is need to know, which is familiar in the intelligence community. You don't just say anything just because it's there. You throw it away. And this way we can have, by design, a pattern that is scalable and can anonymize and still make data useful, because what is really useful is not the information about one person, is the aggregated information and geospatialized to certain places of the city. So data minimization against minimalism.
Well, I think talking so much about the fundamentals today was, in a way, both of you used the term fundamentals, and I think it applied to both of your inputs. It was a good, great opening to open a wide field of our discussion in the next 2 days. So I would like to thank you for doing that and going as broad and as in depth as you did with your 2 presentations. Anything you want to add, projecting to the next 2 days, or shall we call it a session?
I'm a big fan of Disruption Network Lab, and please keep it up against all odds. I really appreciate that you keep it up. Yes.
So I also wanted to thank you a lot for this great keynote. I think was a wonderful start of our conference. So thank you, it was really great and inspiring. And I want to tell to the whole audience to come back at 6:50. So we have to have a break now. And we really need all to leave the room because we need to have air going through. So please, it's weird to say, go out and come back. And an important aspect is that you have a token that is connected to your chair. So if you are coming back, that we hope you do, you should keep the token. Otherwise, if you leave, you have to give it back at the entrance, because it means that then somebody else can get your chair. And please also remember that when you move around, you should use your mask. So see you at 6:50, and the people of the next panel that will be about subverting tracking and surveillance, please come back in 15 minutes. Thank you. Hello, everybody. Thanks for coming back here at the Disruption Network Club conference Data Cities. My name is Tatiana Bazzichelli, and I am the director of the Disruption Network Club together with Lieke Ploeger. I'm happy now to introduce this panel with very great people close to me. The panel is called Making Cities Smart for Us, Subverting Tracking and Surveillance. And here on my right, we have Eva Blum-Dumontet, River Honer, Andreas Zingerle, and then we will have Linda Kronman, that is working together with Andreas, that will be visible on video at the end of our presentations. So I also want to say hello to Linda, that is probably watching us on streaming, and to all the people that are also not here in person and are watching online. I also want to remember that we have a chat, so if you are watching online, you are also welcome to interact with us and send your questions that will be then brought to the panel when we have our question and answer session. To connect with the previous panel, I actually like that Jaromil was mentioning the discourse of disruption because of course this really is really at the core of what we do. And I want to say also in response to that when we work on disruption, of course we are not working on disruptive innovation, but in a sense we appropriated the word disruption to try to understand how to disrupt from within systems that are closed. So that is why for a long time at the Disruption Lab we have been working with whistleblowing and also with the idea of hacking systems of control. And I think in a sense this panel also connect to that, not about whistleblowing this time, but about system of control. Because when we speak about data cities and data mining, algorithms, machine learning, this has a lot to do with controlling our private life and our everyday life. So if we are speaking now about the cities of the future, it's also our responsibility to say how we want to build up these cities. And this connects with the discourse of the appropriation of words, and we decide to have in our title, together with Data Cities, the word smart technologies connected to tracking and human rights. Even if we really didn't like this word, we think it's actually a buzzword to say smart technology. What does it mean? The same when people use the word AI, that at the end is also related to algorithms, to machine learning, and so on. But we decide to use it also because we want to write a different meaning of it and in a sense reappropriate it by also trying to bring a critical perspective to this discussion. So I'm actually happy because this panel will be about this, to bring a critical perspective to the discourse of data mining and control and tracking and surveillance. And also we will have the possibility to deconstruct a bit these definitions. So what smart technology means and in which sense we can connect the discourse of data checking and algorithm to the discourse of surveillance, and at the same time how can we react to it to find a way to be empowered. So we start the presentation with Emma Blum-Dumontet, and then we proceed on this line. So Eva Blum-Dumontet is a senior researcher working on the intersection of privacy and social economic rights. She has a background in journalism and she explored the impact of data exploitation on marginalized communities and people in vulnerable situations with a feminist lens. She has been documenting the role of big tech companies on shaping the narrative around smart cities and the consequence on urbanization. So I will leave the word to you, and thanks a lot for being with us.
So I'm hoping this is going to work the way I want it to work. No, it's not working the way I want it to work. Okay, we'll try it like that. So thanks, Tatiana, for the introduction. And as Tatiana explained, I'm doing a lot of research on the impact of technology on marginalized groups, or rather people in vulnerable situations. And so when you're in my position and doing that kind of research, it's very easy to be demoralized about the state of smart cities and the consequence that smart cities can have on people's lives. And so this summer, when we were in confinement and we were all baking banana breads and having existential crisis, I decided to do a podcast where I would interview people from the world of urbanizations to hear their perspective on smart cities, but also on how technology could positively transform our cities. And I was hoping to get a different perspective from the one that I'm sort of naturally used to, which is a sort of depressing tech researcher kind of angle. But so the first question I had to ask them was, what's a smart city? And the reason, as Tatiana was mentioning, is that obviously there is an element of like buzzwordiness to smart city. And when I initially started my research, one of the things that I was 6 years ago that I was mostly sort of being confronted to was just not really knowing what do we even meant by that and how do we define it. And in fact, if you go on the World Bank website, for example, they will give you two different definitions of smart cities. If you go to in India, for example, there is something called a Smart City Mission, and it was a mission set up by the government to develop 100 smart cities across India. And initially, when they started the project, they said, oh, we should create an independent body that would be like a sort of an index, and that would create a standard of what a smart city is. And this way we'd be able to assess if the city we create are effectively smart or not. And obviously, quickly enough, they realized that the moment you start defining what a smart city is, you have to confront yourself to your failure when the cities you're building are failing to be smart. And so they decided that actually, it was fine to leave the term undefined, to stay very fluid about what smart cities are. And so anyway, to go back to the podcast I was doing, every person I was interviewing was giving me a slightly different definition of what a smart city is. But something that really stuck to me was something that Ellie Cosgrave, who's a professor at UCL and an engineer, said to me. And she said that basically the term emerged around 2008, and people started using it because it was a useful framework for whatever they were trying to express. And basically, we spent the next 10 years trying to define, trying to figure out what we meant by that, and that, that we should just like relax a bit and not worry too much about the fact that this term doesn't really mean anything. And so I kind of agree with that. And so for the sake of this presentation, I'm just going to leave you with what I mean and what I will be talking about here. And so I'm referring to projects that are set up by local or national governments to integrate technology and data collection in particular in the city. And the reason I insist on the government aspects of this is that obviously when we're using City Mapper, for example, we are effectively, using technology in the city, having a piece of technology that's shaping our experience of the city. And yet, for good or bad reasons, this is really what people refer to when they talk about smart cities. Yet, I do think it is important to focus about how the term came about, because the way the term came about is actually very much related to what I want to discuss, which is the monopoly that tech companies have had over the design of our cities, and how technology has become integrated in our cities. And the term was invented by those guys, IBM, and I think that's actually a very important thing to bear in mind, that the term obviously did not come from society, civil society, but it also did not emerge from government either. It came from, it was a marketing term, obviously, but it was a marketing word that was created by companies that were trying to target governments specifically. They were marketing whatever they were trying to sell to government. And I think this is still something that we are seeing today. Is, for me, what I find very particularly striking is the lack of transparency there is often around smart city. It's very unclear often, what deals cities actually have with private companies, what is actually happening, what is the goal, for what purpose are they trying to buy this technology. And the fact is that, and this for me is essentially the problem. The problem is that whatever project that they have in mind, that they're developing, is not for people. It's not people-centered project. They are primarily focused on selling their technologies more than trying to see how it's going to serve people and making sure that they're to serve the needs of people. And the fact is that, for example, you don't see Huawei or IBM, targeting people with advertisement about like, oh, this is our project and you should lobby your government to engage in this project. The fact is that people have been excluded from this conversation that's very much happening behind closed doors between local governments and companies. So what is essentially the vision of, here I'm talking about IBM, but I think this is a vision that you see very much across different companies. This is a graph from a couple of years ago, I think 6 years ago or something, when I started working on this. And I like it because it's sort of very candidly dystopian, with a giant eye in the middle. And essentially, it doesn't matter if you can't read anything, but the point is that it reflects their vision, which is all about a city that's extremely centralized, where the smart city infrastructure is built across many different sectors, transport, the environment, local government services. And the idea is that if essentially you have technology and data flowing across different sectors, you suddenly have this like wonderfully efficient and wonderfully secure city. And this is a graph again from IBM that's much more recent. That's from, actually I found it a couple of days ago, where you still see this very sort of like centralized circular vision. And you see that people are somewhere in the circle as a resource along water or transport or energy. It's not about putting people at the center of their vision. It's very much people are just there to serve their vision of the city. This is what it looks like in practice. So this is from a picture from Brazil, from Rio. This is a control room that was built at the time of the Olympics, and when Rio was hosting both the Olympics and the World Cup. And so that was supposed to be one of the flagship program of IBM. And because obviously Rio was hosting all those major events, and they wanted to make sure the city was going to be as secure and as efficient as could be. So they reached out to IBM for this. And this is how this vision of like a city that's very much relying on sensors and CCTV cameras everywhere, and on information being relayed and transferred from like across different sectors, was really sort of like built and took shape. Now, for some reason, there was, which is actually very common, we're seeing this more and more, there was an argument between IBM and the city of Rio, and the smart city infrastructure is not actually from IBM. They ended up sort of like ending the contract with IBM and just building their own thing. But whatever they built was very much based on the model of IBM. So, as I summarize, like their vision of the city is, as I said, centralized and focused on security. Now, why is that? Because that's how you sell software and hardware. And this is why I want to stress that it's not just IBM. This is something that, I mean, at the moment in my current research, I'm looking at Huawei and what Huawei is doing in Spain. And so we're seeing it, for example, with a suburb of Madrid called Rivas. And essentially the way it started between Huawei and Rivas was just about providing a more efficient internet and making sure that like there was better internet access across the city. And next thing you know, they are giving out for free equipment to the police. And this is not like nothing terribly, you know, scary, the kind of equipment. They were like giving them mic and like a very sort of like basic hardware. But for me, that resonated very much with another model I was much more familiar with, which is something IBM had developed, which was called the Smarter City Challenge. And what they were doing is that every year they would pick a couple of cities, both in the global south and in the global north, and they would arrive there and spend, I think it was about a year, and they would just give them out IBM services for free. So sometimes it was like AI programs, sometimes it was like delivering hardware for them. So, you know, whatever the city needed, they would like provide it for a year. But then what happens after a year? Well, you have all the employees being used and familiarized with those programs. They start becoming reliant on them. So obviously after a year, you need to update the software, you need to buy more hardware. And so you create these dependencies between tech companies and government and local governments. Now, why do governments fall into this trap? And this is where I'm going to use a term that Jaromil was using in his own presentation. The problem is tech solutionism. It's this belief that when you're faced with a very complex problem that you don't know how to solve, that some sort of magic technology is going to come and solve it for you. And the thing is that cities are facing enormously difficult problems. Cities have to deal with questions like, how do you make the city safe for everyone who's walking through the cities, including women, including trans people, including genderqueer people? How do you make sure that children have access to education, to schools easily? Sometimes in some cities there will be questions of healthcare. How do you make sure that there's housing for people who can't afford to pay rent? How do you make sure there's a transport system that's going to be allowing billions of people to travel through the city every day? Those are very difficult problems to address. And so when you have companies like Google did in Toronto who arrive and who say, hey, look, we're going to solve all your problem with governance 2.0. We're going to offer you solutions to this to make sure that you communicate better with citizens, to make sure the city is more efficient and so on. And really all you have to do is just, you know, basically relying on this new technology that's not actually even that expensive compared to more in-depth infrastructure changes you could do, well, it's suddenly very tempting to fall for that narrative. And to be fair, tech solutionism is an issue that we're seeing not just in cities, not just for local governments. I'm from the UK, where we've been hit very hard by the coronavirus crisis. And essentially, from the start of the crisis, we were being told that there was a contact tracing app that was going to be developed, and as soon as the app arrived, we would be out of confinement, that the pandemic would stop spreading, that basically everything would go back to normal the moment we would have this app. Now, long story short, the app actually only came out yesterday. I can tell you already the app is not going to solve anything, just for the simple problem that like this app is only available on the most recent phones. So anyway, the number of people who will be able to use this app will be very reduced. The problem is that we know what could have helped the pandemic in the UK. Basically, having access to tests would have helped. Making sure that people wear masks, but at a time when we didn't have any mask, making sure that like medical staff in hospitals had the most sort of like basic protection equipment, and obviously making sure that we had a healthcare system that was up to speed and prepared to answer to this crisis. But we had none of those things, and it's too hard for the governments to go to their people and say, sorry, we fucked you up with like years of austerity measures and cuts to the healthcare system, and now we're simply not prepared. We're not prepared to handle this crisis. It's costing us too much. We don't know how to handle this. And almost 42,000 people died in the UK because the management of this crisis was an absolute disaster. And honestly, having a minister going on TV every day to explain to you that as soon as this app was going to arrive, everything will be back in order was just infuriating. And essentially, there is something very similar happening with cities, is that cities tend to face deep infrastructure problems. The fact that in most European cities, and I'm not even touching on the rest of the world, the subway systems, the transport systems, are not accessible to people in wheelchair is an absolute scandal. And yet this is not a new problem. This is a problem that goes back hundreds of years. The fact that it's not accessible to women who need like buggies for their babies, or men for that matter. And the city is not accessible for many people, and yet solving those issues would cost a lot of money, would be very disruptive in terms of like the construction it requires, and would take a lot of time. And when you have election cycles that are happening every 5 years, there's no politicians that want to bet on doing sort of like deep infrastructure work. So this is also why the tech solutionism is so appealing, because the idea that you can have a solution that's going to solve your problem within a quick time frame, without causing too much disruption to the city, without requiring giant construction projects, is all the more appealing. Now, what are the risks of this discourse around smart city? What are the risks of like letting big companies, big tech companies, framing what our cities look like? So, you know, I'm a privacy activist, so I'm going to have to run you through the reality of what current smart cities are, which is, you know, the creation of a public spaces where privacy is shrinking, where essentially you become more surveilled in the public space, where your data is constantly collected, often through your phone, where now more and more we're seeing a project of targeted advertisement, where, you know, they're telling us that like, yeah, we're collecting your data to make public services better, but really what we're seeing so far, at least in London, is mostly that we are having those like very fancy billboards in the city with targeted advertisement for people who walk by those billboards. So yeah, this is a world where anonymity and expectations of privacy are effectively disappearing from the public space. There's another aspect to this, is that the moment you connect anything to the internet, you make it vulnerable to attacks. So we are also creating cities that are essentially hackable. But I don't want to be a Luddite here, and I don't want to give you the impression that I think that like all technology is bad and that we should you know, avoid using any form of technologies in our cities. The truth is that smart cities are here already, and they are here to stay. And the fact that we are integrating technology in cities and in the public space is normal, and it's a good thing. And actually, a lot of those problems have solutions that you can mitigate. Well, no, without necessarily having a solution, you can mitigate them. You can have regulatory frameworks to make it better. You can sit with government officials and discuss data protection with them. But I think there is a bigger issue and a bigger question, which is what cities do we want to live in? And you know, we have to remember that cities are political spaces, even during lockdown. So it started in ancient Greece, and still today, still at the peak of the coronavirus crisis, people all over the world still took to the street to protest. We saw this in the US with the Black Lives Matter movement. I am also using a picture from Israel, where even at the peak of the lockdown and the confinement there, people were going to Jerusalem and Tel Aviv to protest against the Netanyahu government. And I think, you know, embracing that we need cities to be smart for everyone is a deeply political question. And effectively, when companies build their vision of the city that's very secure and very, well, allegedly secure, definitely not secure for most, but and allegedly efficient, they are having a very political framework and mindset. They are, you know, it's neoliberal politics, but it's definitely very political. And I think we shouldn't shy away of being political about how we think about smart cities, how we think about the integration of technologies in our cities. Thinking about how we are going to make our cities smarter and safer for people who are differently abled, for women and genderqueer people, is a political question. It's a question of like, yes, sometimes we'll need technology, sometimes we'll need an app to make things better. And in that case, we need to see how we make technology that's actually good and actually serving those people. But sometimes it will be about deciding that, you know, rather than prioritizing the technology you want to prioritize, the more the infrastructure side of the cities, prioritizing how do we make our transports accessible to people in wheelchair, prioritizing creating housing for people who cannot afford rent. Those are questions that we need to be addressing, and we shouldn't shy away from talking about social justice, from talking about those issues when we're talking about smart cities. So yes, that's it.
Thank you very much, Eva. I think this is a really important introduction for our panel, because also tell us how it's possible to make cities smart for us. That was also the title of the conversation today. And I'm very happy now to introduce Rive Honer, that in a sense is answering with her projects on some of your questions, Eva, because what she does is also really to find concrete solution to make the city better for the citizens. And I'm going to introduce River properly, and I put my glasses because I realize I'm getting blind with ears. So Riven Hohner is a web developer at Expedition Grundeinkommen and also an anti-capitalist tech activist. She is a member of the anti-eviction map project. She's also a software engineer and works on the discourse of data regarding houses, right, and gentrification. And she will present various projects that she has participating in using geospatial data analysis, and in particular the avoid control projects. This project is also very interesting because will be at the focus of the workshop that we will be doing on Sunday. So I know that the workshop is already sold out, was actually very popular. And I'm looking forward to hear your presentation that I think is actually solving also some concrete issues in the cities and is showing us in a way how we can imagine a sort of inversing tracking methods. That is also why we call this panel the idea of subverting tracking. I think you do with your projects, and for me it was a very great discovery to meeting you, because from this conference we had a really great conversation, and I enjoy very much what you do. So please, the stage is yours.
Great. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And thank you for all the nice words. Yeah, so introducing my talk on the subject of critical mapping, which is mostly about citizen activist solutions to these problems as opposed to government or corporate solutions, and just ways of making geospatial technology outside of those institutions. So to start us off, I'd start by kind of like rooting this talk in the place that we're in, actually, because this is a pretty historic place. So I thought I'd introduce this with a Tonsteine Scherben song, and I'm gonna read the lyrics. So the George von Rauch House, which is just over there, I do believe, has a bomb-making workshop, and the obvious evidence is 10 empty bottles of wine. And 10 empty bottles can become 10 Molotov cocktails, but the people in the Rauch House shouted, "You can't get us out, this is our house." So the reason I wanted to start with this is because basically in Berlin there's a long history of the city and the government wanting to keep spaces that are empty, to keep them empty rather than to have them used for social purposes. And it's actually really common that they use this argument of these innocuous objects are a threat to like normal society in Germany. When I lived in the Riegerstrasse, we had a house project raided, and they took actually all of the coal, and they said that that coal could be used as weapons against the police because it could be thrown from the balconies. And it absolutely could be thrown from the balconies. However, it's the only source of heating in some of the houses in that region. So I just wanted to say that actually what you're going to hear in my presentation is much more of a credible threat against the capitalist establishment than 10 empty bottles of wine. So a little bit about me. I dropped out of university at San Francisco State, where I studied urban planning. I learned to code by contributing to activist tech projects. I'm a member of the Anti-Eviction Mapping Project, which is a hacktivist collective doing data analysis and visualization against eviction and police brutality and other subjects. And I'm on Twitter at propagandawife. I am not married, however. So I'll start us off by saying, like, what is anti-capitalist tech? That's a question I get a lot when I say that I participate in tech in an anti-capitalist way. And I would start by saying that the interest of capital, as we probably most of us know, is the most powerful interest under capitalism. It's really difficult to basically make anything that doesn't create profit because you're facing the barriers of time, which is really a very valuable resource. And under like the way that the internet is run these days, it's basically impossible to host things in a self-hosted way unless you're working in multidisciplinary teams, like to create a product that can do the kinds of things that can like serve the average person, that's accessible to the average person. You have to do so much like work or to get the education to do that. It's really difficult. But despite all that, we can make tech that can be used to help people like survive capitalism. And what I say is anti-capitalist tech is technology that ignores or that it undermines the interests of capital in society. And mapping technology specifically under capitalism is really difficult because digital mapping is a really pretty advanced field. It's dominated by these like establishment institutions like government, academic, and corporate. And these industries all profit off upholding capitalism, so they're not going to really provide a credible challenge to this economic or government political system. And like the barriers that I said earlier about anti-capitalist technology, you face those in anti-capitalist mapping, except that it's even more difficult than your average web development because mapping and geospatial data analysis, if you know anything about that scene, you might know about Esri, who's like super dominant in that space, and they're really a force for evil in the world. And just alone getting the education to learn this stuff is such a privilege and something that not many people have. So in many of the spaces I work in, there's very rare that somebody doesn't have a university degree. And I will admit that the time that I spent in university was really important for me to learn these skills. And it's also really hard to find mentorship outside of these institutions, and inside of these institutions, the mentorship you'll get is really about job attainment and about, it's very rare that like this kind of discourse that's a critical discourses actually has space within like mapping communities. Of course, there's some mapping communities like OpenStreetMap that like is where this is very valid. They're also really big in the CCC, but in the average mapping scene, I think it's not such a critical space. It's often used in like I don't know how to call it because I'm not in that world, but like trying to find oil, for example. So moving on to the kind of main topic, what's critical mapping? So critical mapping is generally visualizing data, geospatial data specifically, to address social issues. It's often using open or crowdsourced data. And some of the different uses of critical mapping are supporting political campaigns, showing people resources they can use, and showing things to avoid. And I have some examples of each one and projects that I worked on. So the first project I'd introduce to you is called Refuge Restrooms. And this is a web application that helps you find gender-neutral, accessible, and single-stall toilets. I started on this project, we created this project at a hackathon, I think it was called Trans Hack in the Mozilla headquarters in like 2013. And at the time, there had just been these laws passed in the USA where Republican lawmakers had made it illegal for transgender people to use the bathroom of the gender they identify as, which was leading to like criminalization and violence by police officers that people were, I mean, it still happens, but people were looking under stalls, calling the cops on people for using the bathroom. And of course, like butch lesbian women were getting caught up in this like transphobic nightmare as well. So that was what sparked our interest in this project. And just an example, like we have tons of toilets that made it into the system. And it was a bit weird to be really obsessed with toilets for like a few weeks, but in the end, it was worth it because this is a huge international resource that used a formerly open data set that we then started crowdsourcing on top of that. If you see on top, it says submit a new restroom. And we started crowdsourcing data, and of course, like most things I do, there's a map element. So yeah, you can type where you are and then find basically a gender-neutral bathroom near you. Also, it's there's accessible and single-stall bathrooms too. So I encourage everybody to use it. It's still online. Maybe not the most modern web design, but it works. Another project that I'd like to talk about is called Light Path or Bright Path, depending on who you ask. Naming things is a nightmare. This is an application that finds the shortest walking route between 2 points that prioritizes the brightest lit path. Oh, I'm sorry. I would briefly say about this project that this project has no intention of being monetized in any way, even though it's something that we could do. We like host it ourselves, and this is why it's something that we wanted to provide that doesn't participate in the normal like tech capitalist establishment, even though it came out of the San Francisco tech scene. So this project was kind of inspired by these kind of tweets that we were seeing that were saying like, I just want a bright path to walk down, I'm scared, and this person's like identifying themselves as queer, so we felt like it was also a queer issue. And this was a project that I pitched on a hackathon in London. And this is just like the demo that we created for the event. And what it does is we built a like completely custom routing algorithm, which was cool. I learned something about graph data structures. And one thing that we talked about when we presented this was that like there are safe neighborhood apps existing, and those are actually really getting a lot of VC funding because like they'll give money to anybody with a shitty idea, to be honest. But not me with a good idea though, for some reason, maybe because I don't respect them. But yeah, so basically the thing about those safe neighborhood apps though is that they really like use this racially biased data often about policing. And if we know like predictive policing and police behavior, they're targeting areas that are already like disproportionately, or they don't have like ethnic, they're disproportionately people of color in the neighborhoods that are being targeted by police, right? So it's not really, it's like perpetuating this stereotype that like neighborhoods that are mostly people of color are going to be less safe. We thought that light, although there may be a racial bias in what neighborhoods get better lighting, it's at least not as clear of a bias as the safe neighborhood apps. One good thing about like working on this at a hackathon is that we were appropriating corporate resources, and that's so useful, like I said, working in multidisciplinary teams. So I could work with designers and other people who are really interested in working on these projects. They just don't know like how to get involved. So to be a person who goes into these spaces and is saying, let's actually make something that's not meant to create profit for venture capital. Let's work on something that's meant to like make queer people safer. Like people are drawn to that. It's always the coolest people at the hackathon too. And of course our project won because it's objectively awesome. So a more recent project that I've been working on is this, oh God, COVID-16. Sorry, that's, okay, maybe, okay, that's embarrassing.
Virus introduced.
Yeah, it's like 3 COVIDs ago. No, sorry, the COVID-19 Emergency Tenant Protections Map, which I'm working on with the Anti-Eviction Mapping Project in a team of about maybe 6 or so people. I'll show you some examples. So let's see, can you read the key? A little bit. So I'll just say that this map was created to show and like collect data about the different emergency tenants protection laws that were passed around due to the COVID-19 crisis. And as things evolve, as the situation evolves, we want to continue to track tenants protection laws around the world. And this is interesting because our team isn't just web developers who make web applications. It's also data scientists who then can correlate these different types of laws, and they have many different metrics to go with it. They can correlate that with different global events in order to make a case. And we share this data that's also crowdsourced data. There's a form that you can fill in. And we share that data with journalists, and they're making visualizations. So these projects are really important for this data-driven propaganda that I mentioned, because then we can with the amount of data we have, we can make like support policy arguments in different places. Another thing that this program does, as you can see, there's a layer selector. Yeah, you can see it up there, sorry. And one of the layers we have there is called the Housing Justice Action Layer. And you can see on the map here that the housing justice actions we have we have different types of housing justice actions, which is kind of our catch-all word for rent strikes or community organization or a handful of other things, and people are posting those, and you can actually find connections in your city. They're posting resources maybe to their Facebook page, their Twitter account, so you can check out like whatever city you're from and see what people are doing in response to the COVID crisis. So moving on to the main event, this is a project that I've been working on basically alone called Avoid Control, which is collecting and visualizing data about ticket controller locations on the Berlin S and U-Bahn transit network. This project doesn't have a map yet, so it's my only one without mapping, but you can still do geospatial data analysis without a map, of course. So the main components of this project are, there's a data set of ticket controller locations over time. There's a Twitter bot that is used to collect this data and feed that data set. And there's a Twitter bot that's posting scheduled analysis of that data. And I'll give you a background into this project. So first off, why make this project? I believe public transit should be free. And the consequences of having a privatized or for-profit or what is it called? When you're running a government agency like a business, as I believe is what's happening here, that the consequences are like all the inhumanity of capitalism gets put into a system that we all call public, which I just find absolutely disgusting. So for example, people are often assaulted by the ticket controllers, and that we have a system of fines that can lead to criminalization, and that disproportionately hurts the poor. Like the most vulnerable people in society are the ones who are often getting stuck into this cycle of criminalization and poverty and are spending time in jail due to this. The Berlin government loses money off of the people they jail, but of course it's Germany, so we must keep Ordnung, and if we need to put them in jail so that we don't have rule breakers, that's the way that we're gonna do it, I suppose. So that's why I'd like to help people avoid that cycle. So here's how it works. The first step is that there's a Twitter account that already existed called Ticketlos Berlin. And it looks like this. The instructions on there are that, oh, they're in the pinned tweet, sorry. But the instructions are that you post a tweet that looks basically like this. You tweet at the Twitter account, and you write whatever, there's some controllers at this line, at this station, going this way, and this is a Twitter bot itself, and what it will do is it will retweet those tweets, and it will boost them to an audience, which is cool. Like you're riding the U-Bahn, and maybe, well, you're on the U1, you probably know they're gonna come on anyway, but like, let's say you're on the U8, and you're, whatever, scrolling Twitter, and you see, oh, there's 2 controllers on the U8. Okay, that's useful, but I thought it could be more useful. I thought that if we use natural language processing to create structured data, we could basically create this longitudinal data set. So basically I wanted to identify these recurring points in the data that could be used for analysis. And we have the line, these are commonly occurring things. We have the line, we have the station, and we have the direction. The direction's quite important to notice because Cottbusser Tor and Hallisches Tor are 2 stations, so how do we know which one is going to be the one that we need to identify as the station? So it's quite important to be able to identify a line in a station to distinguish between where they are and where they're going. So in order to put this, I built a very simple homemade natural language processing library that basically can match any of these stations and identify the stations. I also wrote something that identified the direction as well. And then I wanted to put that together in something that could create this data set. So I made a Twitter bot that's listening to the posts, and when a post comes up, it runs that analysis. It identifies the line, the station, and the direction, and if a station's identified, it gets saved in the database. And it creates a GeoJSON object. And maybe you can see in there, I'll use my mouse, that we identify the direction, the line, the station, another typo, my apologies, and we link it to the ID of that station. Now, we're building basically a big database of all of the points that have been identified so that, and oh, sorry, Oh, I forgot to mention that the time is, of course, included because we know when the tweet was sent. So we basically can build a big database, and what I've done with this data so far, and something I'd really like to do, I'd like to do a lot more with this data, but what I've done with it so far is to create another Twitter bot. It's something I'd love to do, and right now it's making these scheduled posts every couple of hours, and it's telling you, right now it's just focusing on weekdays or weekend days, depending on what day it is, and it will tell you the most controlled stations and the most controlled districts. And the analysis part of this, other than simply summing the number of controls at each station over time, is to check we have a we have the polygons of every district in Berlin, and then we can count how many existed within each station, or within each district. So yeah, that's something that I'd really like to do more with, because right now it's just posting this very simple analysis, but I'd really like it to do automated posts that show a map, for example. Heat maps would be really cool. With enough data points, it could be possible to do machine learning. There's some very interesting data sources out there. There's, not to blow up anybody's spot, but there's a Telegram group that you may know about, but they wouldn't let me in because they don't trust me enough yet. We'll get them there. And yeah, I'd like to do more useful analysis there, and to continue this project and actually what are some interesting and useful ways of visualizing the data. We're going to take that, I'll be taking that to the people on Sunday, and we'll be looking at this data set and coming up with ideas together on how to make interesting visualizations from that data. So, thank you very much. That's my presentation.
I have already a lot of questions, but I would say the questions we go with this later. And now I'm happy to introduce Andrea Zingerle. Actually, with Andreas, we know quite from long time, from, I would say, the time of the net art era. So I'm very happy to have him here. And also, again, I say hello to Linda that is listening to us. And they are both working in the Department of Linguistic, Literature and Aesthetic Studies at the University of Bergen. And both of them are part of a collective since 2010 that works with the issues related of surveillance, tracking, control, smart city, the Internet of Things, cybercrime, online fraud, electronic waste, and machine vision. And specifically, Andreas is an artist and researcher that was researching the discourse of smart cities initiatives in South Korea for the Global Research Network grant, the Internet of Other People's Things. So I suppose you are going to speak about that. And then I will introduce Linda later, because we are now planning that you will do your presentation, and then we show the video that Linda also prepared to us. So thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Tatiana, for the invitation and also for the introduction. As Tatiana mentioned already, I want to talk about our latest research project called the Internet of Other People's Things. We started the project in 2017 in South Korea, when me and my partner Linda were working there as an assistant professor at the university. Together with academic and journalist Jonathan Woodia, we started this research project. It focused on the developments of Internet of Things and human-computer interaction in smart city initiatives in South Korea. We were looking at the corporatization of city governance and different citizen science initiatives in Korean smart cities. We interviewed local city planners and also organized an artistic work lab, like a summer research lab, in the Korea's oldest smart city, Songdo. Besides the creation of several artworks, we also published an open access publication where we collected critical projects, essays, interviews by designers, artists, activists and researchers on IoT surveillance in smart homes and in our future cities. So you can find the link on the Data Cities conference website, and also it's up here. It's published in cooperation with Servus.at, artist-run data center in Linz in Austria. So to give a brief background information about the Korea's development towards ubiquitous Korea and a ubiquitous nation. The Korean government initiated several projects to promote the use of IT in Korea. And following the high-tech economic growth in the 80s and 90s, the Cyber Korea 21 master plan in 2001 focused on fostering a knowledge-based economy through the quality of life improvements for the general public. Followed by the IT 839 strategy that was initiated in 2004, governments, industry and policymakers have focused on ICT-based ubiquitous computing environments such as connected homes and ubiquitous cities. They tried to link virtually everything to a nationwide grid through wireless network and RFID technology. The stated goal was to create smart cities and a ubiquitous society that is always connected through the IoT to ensure a more secure, humane, and environmentally lifestyle. These plans have been more about the technological design implementation and less or not at all about the organizational policy and management decisions in deploying a ubiquitous city and the likely fundamental changes of social and cultural milieu. In 2006, there was a non-profit organization called Korea U-City Forum formed to foster the U-City Proliferation Project as a Korea's future economic growth strategy. The membership is dominated by the powerful high-tech chaebol industries like Korea Telecom, South Korea Telecom, or Samsung Data Systems. Different government agencies, city developers, designed to make Korea the world's first ubiquitous nation. Further goals included better communication between the government and the private sector, as well as establishing the ubiquitous Korea as a test bed for world-class domestic and international companies. The forum produced detailed plans for the implementation of RFID and sensor networks, but again, notably completely neglected discussion on possible social issues or cultural problems. Despite the UN Habitat's recommendations to city planners to avoid viewing smart cities as final products, South Korea promotion material presents concepts such as the U-Eco-City in a box, describing export of smart cities as a flat pack option to developing countries struggling to find local solutions to the ongoing tensions between environmental sustainability and economic development. This follows Korea's desire to be seen as the world's most connected and smart country. As I already mentioned, we looked at several cities and city initiatives, and I'm just pointing out two now. So I want to start with Sejong City, which is a special autonomous city built as Korea's new administrative center. It represents a controversial idea to redistribute the power, authority, and urban development away from the dominance of Seoul metropolitan area, one of the largest in the world with more than 25 million people, more than half of the country's population and half of its businesses. The intention remains to build an alternative center to Seoul, with ongoing plans to relocate almost 40 ministries and agencies to the city, as well as building apartments for a population of 500,000 people by 2030. Seen as another test bed, an IoT-ready city built from scratch with autonomous smart transport to a social credit system called Green Bean, providing an ideal platform for future technology. The finalized city is a commodified city where everything is taken care of for the idealized and happy citizen. One of the slogans is also happy people sharing happiness in the best global city where everybody dreams to live. To fight the declining population in South Korea, they advertised the city as the city of children and women, with the highest birth rate in Korea of 1.36 children per family, more than double of that of Seoul. Briefly, I want to mention also Songdo as the oldest smart city of Korea, where we also organized a summer research lab. Songdo is a part of the Incheon Free Economic Zone, and it's very closely connected to the Incheon International Airport. The intention was to create a new hub for the Northeast Asian regional economy to compete with established international financial centers in the region, such as Singapore and Hong Kong. Songdo was designed and built by US developers Gale International. The Incheon Free Economic Zone Agency is a governmental authority, but privately owned and funded. So Gale International owns around 60%, Korea Steel Company, POSCO 30%, and Morgan Stanley Real Estate, the rest 10%. It was advertised as the first truly smart city, a car-free world with 40% of green space and dozens of kilometers of cycling routes. Technology is ubiquitous. Korea's opportunity to showcase the smart city in a box concept. But also due to the 2008 financial crisis, many companies never came to Songdo. Even today, walking through the city gives you a Chernobyl-like emptiness. The city is less than a quarter full, with just 70,000 residents. Very odd mixture of a wasteland mingled with random large-scale development and real estate speculations. It's just a photo from the Central Park Mall, where you see that 2/3 of the shops are actually empty. Another smart technology they have implemented is a pneumatic waste system that sucks the trash like a vacuum, collects it in a central space, efficient, clean, and state-of-the-art recycling, promised to the citizens, trying to ban the loud and smelly trash trucks from the urban landscapes. Such projects are also initiated to reach certain LEED certified levels, so to be very ecological and green. But just Songdo residents get a key to use these smart trash bins. And also here, like many trash bins in Songdo, there were notes on it that said that the bins are not functioning actually. For us as visitors in these smart cities, it was made impossible to throw away our trash, forcing us to take it with us or throw it next to the trash bin. The residents were already throwing their trash also. So here is the image of these trash piles next to the smart trash bins. We started a photo series also called The Ruins of the Smart City, where we documented these not working and dysfunctional smart initiatives in a way. The trash was still recycled by hand and collected by the garbage cars that were driving around during nighttime. One interesting aspect was also the garden hacking that we saw done by old Korean grandmas and grandpas. It flourished between the skyscrapers in Songdo as the building projects were postponed. We visited several of these allotments, learning that the urban farming in those places is actually illegal. However, the ethos of guerrilla gardening in the West differs from the culture of gardening in Korea, as it's often done by elderly people. And this older generation still remembers the scarcity between the post-Korean War and the economic boom. They see gardening as a means of survival as well as the connection to nature. The general public that uses the urban space as a medium, as a tool to hack power, even if it doesn't bring the power down. But this also looked like, or for us, it seemed to be one of the smartest ways of using the environment by the citizens to grow local seasonal food in a way. So a lot of these observations of real estate speculations, obsolete smart technology, and citizen strategies to reappropriate the plant environment we collected in an artistic research in a 4-channel video installation that's called The Future Past Still in the Making. Based on recorded material from smart city visits and different marketing material that we collected during the Smart City Expo in Barcelona and other smart city initiatives. Also time-lapse satellite images showcasing the vast developments of these greenfield projects, its environmental impact, and using face recognition tools in a search for the ideal citizen, decoding the visual and rhetorical language of smartness. That's one of the screenshots where throughout this, looking at this PR material, you see that the ideal smart citizen has nothing to hide because a smart citizen is also a surveilled citizen. By becoming a resident of such cities, one consents to the automated gaze. We were curious how various object, facial, and emotion detection applications would answer the question, who are these smart citizens? In the smart citizen video, we interpreted by 3 different facial recognition applications. So the green boxes show the analysis of ImageNet Roulette. Magenta are the results of a face API by Microsoft Azure, and the yellow one is from a software called BetaFace. The results range from rather neutral computer users to the judgmental, foolish woman. Several rather specific professions, from hat makers to radiologists, were detected. Is it the clothing, the position of the person, or the surrounding that determines these images? When an Asian woman in white is profiled as a maid, or a Middle Eastern man as a rape suspect, one has to critically question the taxonomy of the training data. It exposes the judgments machine vision casts upon us solely based on our appearance, highlighting how biases and values are embedded in machine vision. At the end of the presentation, I also want to show you a mashup trailer of different PR material that we have been collected from greenfield initiatives. But now I still want to briefly talk about a second project that's called Panopticities. Panopticities is also a 4-channel video installation, and it portrays megacities through the lenses of unsecured public CCTV and private IP cameras. Tracking software and the integrated web server allow processing and streaming as part of the growing amount of connected devices, also known as the Internet of Things. These small web servers are often insecure by design, meaning that they are not protected by a password or have hard-coded login credentials saved as a plain text. By default, these servers stream unencrypted and on publicly accessible network ports, providing potential risks of being intercepted and allowing unknown third parties unintended access to the feed, but also to the setup functions of the cameras. Some manufacturers use the same settings across their entire camera lineup. By default, the network camera is not password protected, or the default username is admin. The password is 12345. Can be read in the PDFs of the camera manuals. So besides making this 4-channel video installation, we also made a poster series that you can download from our website, where you see the different camera models and their username and passwords. Security cameras are supposed to offer security, not provide surveillance footage for anyone to view. Often, camera owners don't realize that their cameras are accessible on the internet with default insecure settings, enabling hackers to enslave these cameras into botnets. Malware will use insecure webcams to infect the rest of the network, routers and other devices in the smart home, threatening both the reliability of surveillance cameras and also serving as a transmission vector to attack other devices. Of course, this camera footage can also be used to then train other algorithms. Now I still want to show you the trailer that we made, and I hope everything.
You need sound.
This land was once ocean. The ocean became land, a city in harmony with people. One day,
when it's complete, King Abdullah Port,
Amaravati,
Masdar City, Sejong,
Songdo,
a city built entirely from scratch in South Korea.
For tomorrow's Saudi Arabia,
global gateway into Africa.
The most distinctive city in the world.
This ambitious project,
which will become the tourist center of the world.
An investment and a free zone.
A self-sufficient city.
And sustainable city of tomorrow.
Perfect, modern, family-friendly environment. The perfect location for new educational institutions.
There will be 200 million square meters of accommodation and more than 2 million workplaces in all activity areas.
Together, we are taking another step toward the future.
The future is smart.
A city that is smart.
And the future is here.
A land built for new dreams.
Our story is only just beginning.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Andreas. Now we can transition to the presentation by Linda Kronman. She is working, as I said before, as a PhD candidate at the University of Bergen, and specifically within the project, the machine vision in everyday life. So now she's going to present what she's doing there and also connect to your presentation. If we manage.
Hi, my name is Linda Kronman, and besides working as a part of Kairos with Andreas, I'm currently a PhD candidate at the University of Bergen. I work in a project called Machine Vision in Everyday Life.
And my focus in the project is how machine vision is represented in digital art. In my research, I analyzed surveillance art and related machine vision technologies using feminist and post-human theory. I will take this opportunity to shortly present how our research into smart cities in Korea, my research in the machine vision project, and our latest artwork, Suspicious Behavior, are linked to each other. Surveillance is a big part of the smart city industries. This became evident for us at big industry fairs like the Smart City World Expo Congress when we visited them. And during our research in Korea, when we were visiting a number of smart city showrooms, for example, the control room in Songdo and the Busan Smart Eco Delta City. These showrooms promote citywide intelligence surveillance to be the solution for safety and crisis management. They are imagined to serve a common good and to be beneficial for the universal smart citizen. However, research shows that AI is biased, and intersections of race, gender, and other identities and attributes shapes people's experience with AI. Discrimination is most often experienced by those who already belong to systematically marginalized populations. Several artists are examining bias in intelligent machine vision technologies. In my research, I focused on how bias and normative values propagate through machine learning datasets. Our work was inspired by approaches to examine training sets, such as Joe Bolanvini's work that is dedicated to demonstrate how AI is intersectionally biased. Kate Crawford and Trevor Paglen's media archaeological approach to excavate training sets in their exhibition Training Humans, and Adam Harvey's and Jules Laplace's Megapixels project that is investigating the ethics and origins of images used for facial recognition. These works mainly focus on exposing bias and ethical challenges regarding to facial recognition. With Andreas, we were wondering what could be revealed if similar approaches were employed to examine action detection datasets. So in this context, we started to develop our latest artwork, Suspicious Behavior. In a fictitious scenario, the user is given the role of an image annotator. The task is to label videos for training smart cameras to detect suspicious behavior. After an introduction to the job, the trainee is asked to start annotating videos. These videos are from open training and benchmark datasets for action detection. The time to decide whether a seed is suspicious or not is limited to 10 seconds, and the trainee is challenged to rely on intuition rather than reflection. What is considered suspicious in one cultural context might be normal in another. And also developers of these technologies admit that it's challenging to match specific actions to suspicious behavior. Nevertheless, the surveillance industry is developing smart cameras to detect abnormal behavior. Gradually, the trainee is provided with guidelines what to look for. Lonely objects, waiting at a corner, repeatedly looking back, or lingering are just some of the actions defined as suspicious by various authorities. How suspicious behavior is to be detected is strongly linked to prevention of terror attacks. However, the tutorial reveals how complex human behavior is reduced into banal categories of animals and normal behavior. Further along the tutorial, it becomes clear that the unpaid click worker needs to train both on speed and accuracy. For this, the trainee can turn to the advanced training models. Here, the trainee gets to explore specific training sets and discovers that action datasets are either weird scenarios in which amateur actors perform overemphasized movements, or real-life scenarios collected without consent, scraped from videos on YouTube and LiveLeak. The assembling of action datasets face similar ethical challenges as facial recognition datasets when individuals are included into openly available datasets, whether they want it or not. Suspicious behavior is an outcome of our inquiry into data practices of assembling action detection datasets. In this short time, I hope I made you curious enough to try it out. As the work brings forth inequalities in the pipeline of building machine vision systems and raises questions of how bias is encoded into smart surveillance cameras through decisions of categorizing and classifying training data. Thank you.
So thanks also to Linda for the presentation. Now I would like to structure the conversation asking a question to each of you, and then I think we can also open to the public directly because we are a bit late with time. And so I would say that from the presentation that we just saw, also of Andreas, I'm getting quite worried of what the cities of the future might look like. That was also the question of our opening of this conference. And I think I would like also to focus now in this conversation what is that we can discuss or can be done also to change this trajectory that will bring us to cities of the future that also, as you say, are not completely done for the people. They are even empty, and the people cannot use the facilities that are built up with them, for them. So I would like to start with Eva, and I really like that in your perspective you said, first of all, that what the cities of the future should do is also to reflect on the human interactions, and first of all, to speak about the power imbalances that are part of building up our environment, but not only in the future, also in the present. And you were also mentioning that as part of these power asymmetries, we have to consider the gender inequality and also the perspective from people that have differently able bodies. I wanted to ask you if you could bring some concrete example that actually were going into that direction and trying to solve these power asymmetries by also doing something concretely for the people. The microphone? Yeah.
I think my answer is going to be disappointing because I can't really point to like one specific place where I would be able to say, oh, you know, this is the way to do it. But I think there are definitely interesting projects that are, you know, basing themselves on this idea of like, how do we make cities relevant for people? Because at the end of the day, what cities are made of is human interaction. I think Jane Jacobs is someone who's really great to hear on this when she talks about vibrancy, because the essence of city is the human interaction. When you push the smart city project all the way to this kind of cities you're describing, is that essentially people have been left out so much that those cities just end up being empty. And I think one way on the question of gender, one way to do it is, I was quite interested by this project by UN Habitat on doing like the safe city assessment, where it was done in different places, where it was started, I believe, in Toronto actually initially, but essentially you walk through the cities with groups of women and you get them to talk about how they feel, how they experience the city. And this is where you can sort of like draw a conclusion, like, yeah, having proper lighting in the city is something that's super important for a lot of people who may feel unsafe. Usually the fact that people are going to walk through the streets and that there are actually people in the streets is usually a major factor. But so you start doing this data collection in a way which is not the data collection about like, you know, vacuuming data from one's phone, but actually having a conversation with people's whose life you're trying to improve and really understanding what makes the city better for them. And one sort of like quick example I will end this on is that I remember hearing an interview with like a French comedian where she's talking about her childhood and her experience of her childhood, and she said, oh, I lived in an area that was very safe because there was a lot of sex work going on. Now, in what? And for her, the fact that there were sex workers in the streets, just as a little girl, made the streets a very safe place, because as long as actually there were women who were essentially just standing there in the streets all day long and at nights as well, meant there was never going to be anyone bothering her growing up. And it's sort of like that kind of the unlikely example that you don't think of unless you actually start having conversation with people about what makes the city safe for them.
Thank you. And I think also this discourse of the human interactions works pretty well for the work that River is doing. And I wanted to ask you something specifically about the work you do and the project Avoid Control. We were speaking a lot about that together. And what I found interesting, and I think perhaps would be important that you point out, is not just that this project is an easy way to not buy the bus ticket, but is something that more rooted to the discourse of trying to understand how to make a life for people better in the city environment, and especially also trying to solve these systemic power asymmetries that are related to people that are not part of the social safety system or the transgender communities that are also harassed in the public transportation. So I would like if you could explain a bit more this kind of motivation from your work, and also specifically you were saying that it's important to build up a technology that is not representing the interest of the corporation, but the interest of the people. And in our discussion, you were telling me that it's very difficult to apply this in the production of geospatial data. So maybe you can also tell us a bit more in which way you work with this technology and this, with the idea of mapping geospatial data to solve this kind of power asymmetries.
Sure, yeah. On the first point, I think that what a big part of my motivation came from was seeing people actually being assaulted by ticket controllers on the U-Bahn network. Actually, maybe I'd ask, would people be interested to raise their hands if they've ever seen like physical contact from a ticket controller? Yeah, it's like almost everybody. And it's, and I think probably people would agree with me that it's like disproportionately people who don't fit, like, they don't look like they're upper middle class people usually getting attacked by the controllers. Like I've witnessed racist discrimination by the controllers, transphobic discrimination, and the problem is that they have the power, although they're not directly police officers, they have the power of the state behind them in the sense that if they call the cops on us, the cops are much more likely to believe them than we are. So there's like this systemic power imbalance in that way. And the police, as we know, are not the most sensitive people in our society. In fact, they are also typically assholes, I would go as far as to say. So yeah, that was a big motivation for me, is that just to have people avoid these people who are often on a power trip in their work. Actually, at the project that I'm, so it's not just about my experience, it's about the experiences of like all the people who face issues, but like many people, like we all have possibly had experiences with them, but I'd like to share one, because when I was purchasing a wall map, like, you know, the big map of the whole transit network, I was buying that so that we could draw on it on Sundays so we can actually create visualizations. And I'd taken the train to Alexanderplatz, I bought my ticket, I used the app, and this is probably super important information. Did you guys know that if you buy a ticket with the app and you purchase it with your card, you have to wait 2 minutes to board the train, and it's not valid? So I didn't know that. There's no notice that says you can't board the train. It's just in red, purchased 1 minute ago, but okay, it's red. I board the train. Yeah, the ticket controllers came on, and I hadn't had my ticket for long enough, and I was like really wishing I'd just fumbled with my phone for 1 more minute, like I often do actually, to give other people a chance to hopefully get away while I'm distracting the person. But yeah, I got slapped with the ticket. Thankfully, I actually, there's another, sorry to just go off on about the BVG, but there's another deal on right now that if you buy a ticket, it's valid until 3. So I thought that was a glitch in the system, so I bought another ticket. So I had a valid ticket actually the whole time. But so thankfully it's only €7. But you know, you see the point is like this, you know, the way that I was treated also when I didn't have this, like when he thought I didn't have a ticket, like it's like degrading. And in Germany, I think we could afford to spend less on the Autobahn and spend a bit more on the transit network anyway. But so yeah, that's a big part of the motivation, is just that people can avoid this situation in an imbalanced environment. And the second question, sorry, I forgot that one.
Was related to the discourse of building up a technology that is able to solve these imbalances, and especially you were saying that with the geospatial data is very difficult in this kind of environment. Because you specifically work on that, do you have experience of your field that is absolutely not going in that direction?
Well, I was thinking a lot during the talk about this techno-solutionism, because sometimes I wonder if I'm falling into that trap myself, and I don't want to. So I don't know what exactly to say other than that. Yeah, like when we have these communities that actually do care to work on this kind of software, like if you find this interesting, I would encourage more people to get involved basically, because it's like a challenge of, when we have new members join our organizations, it's a challenge of like training people up. And yeah, I would just say that it's really difficult actually. And there's not money in it. Sometimes I consider myself like a non-funded academic in the kind of stuff that I do, but nobody really supports it. Some of the projects I work with get some support, but it's not really on the same level. So yeah, that's a bit of a sad answer, but it's just hard, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Then I have a question for Andreas, and especially related to your project in South Korea. I would like also to go back to the initial point that we were making today related to the tracking apps, because during the pandemic, South Korea was also considered one of the countries that apparently solved the discourse of the tracking app in a good way, they say, but this is actually because they were really controlling and tracing the people, almost like a mass surveillance mechanism. So I would say that in my perspective, you know, many justify this situation by saying that this is important to do because we need to also protect the vulnerable people. But I wonder if you could comment on this point, having also experience in the country, specifically related to the discourse, if instead is a better way to build up that something that is respecting our right to privacy. And I imagine if we are speaking about the cities of the future, and then if we follow this direction and we end up in what you also show to us, I'm not sure that this idea of using the cities as a form of controlling us even more is where we should go. So maybe you want to comment on that, also specifically on the discourse of the COVID pandemic tracking up.
Well, many points, but what we could observe in Korea is definitely that it's a strong cultural issues also, that people are very techno-believers, and they see every new technology that is rolled out, especially from Korean companies, as as a new innovation step that they can be part of, and that they are part of a test group, more or less, and it brings them like several steps further again to the competing neighboring countries in East Asia. So in that way, they believe in the innovation, in the economic prosperity also that comes with it. And also, like, South Korea as a nation has very few natural resources. Actually, the North would have way more resources to mine and to export. So the South is somehow reliable on this technology, innovation, and exporting. That's why they want to export their ideas also, and the flat pack of the smart city in a way. And well, with the COVID pandemic, the track and trace was quickly initiated and being sold as the Korean way of how to deal with the situation. And yeah, I mean, people were very open to use it and to be tracked. I saw in some news clips also that tracing teams were like asking people also, where have you been? They had access to their bank account information, but also they did interviews with people, and often people were also lying to them because they didn't want to unveil where they have been, that they were actually going out on a party and not working in the office, or cheating on their partner and so on. But the tracing team was quite proud that they figured out that they were actually lying to them. So yeah, in general, I think it's a very strong cultural issue. Also, just coming here from the airport to the conference location, I saw several people just reminding each other that you should wear a mask and you should have your mask on. Wouldn't happen so quickly in other countries, I think. Yeah.
Thank you. And I would say now let's open to the audience if you have any question. Yes, there are already two over there. Please, now to mention the mask, remember to wear the mask when you are asking the question, because we are sharing the microphone.
Well, first of all, thank you, all of you, for the presentations.
Where are you?
My question goes to Andreas. I wanted to know, honestly, what is the attention that is given to the discussion of energy consumption when in the discussions of, or the planning of the smart cities? What is the real role or place that where all this energy is going to come from? And to relate it a little bit to what Eva said about how smart cities are not addressed or not built with people in mind. Of course, all of this energy question demands that people are put in the discussion, because of course energy and resource, the quest for resources is going to obviously push people out of land and all the conflicts that we know this demands. So my question is it really being discussed, and how and who is involved in this discussion?
Well, you often see the argument of being sustainable and energy efficient from the public relation and advertising point of view. So it's always promoted as, you know, using green energy, and solar parks are being built and so on, to cover the higher demand of energy that is used. But there is never you just see it also in these PR videos from the green energy that is being used. I think there is a lot of greenwashing also going on in the smart city. In Korea, you see it with these LEED certifications. You have it on all the posters that buildings are built in an environmentally friendly way. But when you read a little bit more into it, you see that there are 4 different layers of these LEED certifications, and they just reach the lowest one in a way, but it's everywhere very prominently advertised. But I think in general the discussion also like how much energy is being used by the infrastructure that is needed by the internet, how much energy is used by AI, like it's never a discussion in a way. So I think there is a strong need for designers and artists to look more into this. And to make visualizations and projects that deal with these issues also. Because, yeah, else it's just overwashed by the greenwashing wave in a way, yeah.
Thank you. And next question? Yes?
Thanks for the presentations. I'm a fan of trying to hack any way possible resisting the techno-colonialism, but I wanted to point out that sometimes, thinking in very low-tech resistance terms can be much more effective. And an example I have is that someone here in the Kiez in Kreuzberg has designed something called Sabotagen, just very simply made out of a certain material that blocks your mobile devices from cell towers. And it doesn't require trying to hack these companies on their high-tech level. It's like looking for something as easy, accessible, and low-tech as possible. Like sometimes you just need a brick to smash a surveillance camera. I say that metaphorically, but sometimes another example is that with here in Kreuzberg, the way the community resisted the Google campus was looking for where they would be most vulnerable, which is in their physical space in the neighborhood, to organize to attack them on that level, not through technology, but by organizing the community, the people, working with people to rise up and say, fuck off, and get out of our neighborhood. We won't accept you. And so it doesn't always require techno-solutionism thinking to go against the techno-solutionism. I just wanted to really point that out, that we can get lost in our means of resistance if we think we're going to outdo them on the tech level.
I'd be happy to say something to that. There's a really good poster in the bathroom of the Liebig 34 on the first floor, and it's a poster I look for all the time, and it's a poster that has like maybe five cards, like playing cards, and on each one is a different form of resistance: sabotage, organizing, whatever, direct action, things like this. And well, basically there's like 5 cards that are the ones that you would use all the time, but then there's like sabotage and the bit more radical ones. So I totally agree with you. If that poster seems familiar to anybody, please approach me after, because I'm looking for it. And the other thing is there's some forms of resistance that we do discuss at Berlin-funded or events, and there's some forms of resistance that unfortunately we have to be careful about where we discuss them. Let's just say that. So I agree with you there.
Eva, do you want to add something?
No, and I completely agree. And actually, I mean, obviously here we're talking about like methods of resistance, but as I was saying, as well as in terms of like ways of rethinking the cities and avenues for rebuilding the cities, I completely very much agree on the low-tech approach to that.
I mean, maybe I can also say something, but I believe that one thing doesn't exclude the other, and sometimes it's important to speak about how to solve the problem through data if we also deal with you know, algorithmic control and so on, and at the same time also try to do it on the street. I don't think that one thing is, you know, erasing the other. It's also an intersection of perspective that we need to discuss in a critical way. This is my 5 cents. And the next question?
Wait, do you mind if I just
yes.
one quick thing to that? I think about that question sometimes, or just that point that you raised, and one thing is that different forms of argument get through to different types of people. And so there's groups of people who, like for me, you can tell me a story and I will be like, yeah, those, like, I'm with you, you know? And I can, like, stories of resistance or stories of struggle are very persuasive to me, but those aren't persuasive to a lot of people. I'm gonna say tech bros are they need the data. And so if you want to win them over, you can't, like, and maybe it's futile. I understand, maybe it's completely futile, but I do think that there's a place for, like, the people who, yeah, maybe they won't listen to us anyway, but they say they want the data, and sometimes, like, I wanna make that argument with the data because it's the only thing that they can understand.
Yeah, and I also think that it's important that we find a way to propose an alternative also to the people that then make decisions in terms of data. So we need also to act on that kind of terrain, otherwise we'll be only taken by the people that have more power than us. Are there any other questions? Silence. Then I would ask you to comment on each other, because I'm also curious to know what you think about the presentation of the others. I mean, for example, I think Andreas and River, they both are working in a way that I would say, in my perspective, is not only about hacking, but also art. Did you get inspired? What do you think?
Yeah, definitely. Definitely got inspired by the talk, and was already thinking about, like, what could be other, like, ways. You said that you did pitch some projects at hackathons, so also what could be other ways where you could develop further some projects in form of a residency or a hack lab or things like this. So that would be, I think, yeah, great opportunity to get together with other people and continue working on what you do. Yeah.
I also was super inspired. I loved the facetious element of the thing where you're deciding if something is suspicious or not. I loved it because it's, like, sarcastic in a way, or at least I perceived it to be sarcastic in a way. And I sometimes dream of pitching at a hackathon these two kind of throwing their own shit in their faces. One of them is a CAPTCHA that does the exact same thing, but it's like for CAPTCHAing your neighbors, like dropping in the rubbish at the wrong hours, or, like, you know, is this, click the boxes that identify this neighbor. And that's basically what you were kind of doing, and I really like that idea. So I would be super interested to, like, go further with something like that. And then my other facetious city hackathon idea was a co-working, co-living space called, what's it called? It's called Work Life, because that's what we're going to have in the future. And instead of having a cool tappable RFC card to let you in the building, you have a cool tappable RFC card that lets you out of the building once you've worked enough. So stuff like that would be fun for me. So, like, yeah, I liked the sarcastic element, or the critical element.
But just want to mention one more time, the suspicious behavior is a website, actually, like an interactive data annotation tutorial. So I just want to mention it again. You're welcome to try it out. It's a 5 to 10 minute tutorial with various different endings. So yeah, quite interesting to click through and see also how fast you actually have to work to reach the minimum wage in several countries.
Thank you, and I think maybe we can ask from one question of the chat. If somebody brings the mic to Steph. The microphone, please.
We've had a rather quiet session of the chat, but I'd be interested to know if do you guys have any intentions of working together in the future on some, since you have so many cross sections between your work? So this is for Andreas and for
I don't
River.
think we've discussed it.
No.
Yeah. No plans. Although I would take funding.
Good. So, do you have something more to add, or Eva?
Yeah, no, I was just going to say, well, to go back to the initial point I was making, I think it was really interesting to see those cities from Korea, because again, like what people value in cities is the vibrancy, is the social interaction. And even from an environmental perspective, actually building those cities make no sense. Just the idea that people are going to suddenly move is also just so irrational and just a complete failure to understand how city work, because the cities that people enjoy have been there for centuries. They are the cities where people can walk through without needing a car. It's Rome, it's Paris, it's London, it's Berlin, it's San Francisco and New York. Like in a sense, the cities that cost the most to live in are also the cities that have these very basic functions. There are cities that you can live in without car, that people can walk through and use the streets. And essentially, this is the basis of what people really value in cities. And seeing that kind of like actually basic understanding not being understood, this sort of this dream that people are going to suddenly move to empty places. It's just really interesting to see this in.
I also wanted to connect with that, with the question: why do you think many of these cities were empty? Is because people don't actually want to live there, or is just an economical bubble that they promise something that they don't actually realize?
Well, in Songdo, it's due to the financial crisis that people are not, or companies never settled there, and it never really took off. And now it gets not advertised anymore to the international community and big companies, but more to the Korean population in a way. But with other cities, it's more that they are just in the process of being built. So that's why it also takes, in Sejong, for example, the plan is for 10 years to move the ministries from Seoul there. And with the ministries, also the workers and their families move with them. So it's quite a process that takes a longer time to move people around the country in a way. But if you are a dedicated worker for your government, then you're for sure very happy to move to the happy city of happy people. So, like.
Okay, great. I think that now we are reaching the end of today. I really want to thank you a lot for this great panel conversation, and I want to conclude just by saying also what is happening tomorrow. But first, let's give an applause to them. So tomorrow we start at 6:30 again with the keynote Wordless Travel, Megacities, AI and Critical Science Fiction. And we will discuss together with Liam Young, Tony Essen-Shea, and with Anna Ramskogler-Witt as respondent. And this will be moderated by Lucia Conti. Then we have a panel, Citizen for Digital Sovereignty, Shaping Inclusive and Resilient Cities, with Elisabeth Calderon-Luning, Raphael Heiber, and Alexandre Monin, that is moderated by Lieke, Ploeger. So I just say everybody to come back tomorrow, and also the people that are following us on the streaming. And I thank you everybody for being today, and also our great panelists. Thank you very much.